Oh my goodness. Well, hello, my YouTube fellas and gals. Oh, have I missed you all? Let me get to my comments. Okay, get set up. You'd think I was a newbie. Hey, John. I have accepted college's challenge. I had been gone because hubby and I had COVID. So there was only a few people I was able to get in touch with. Hey, City. Hey, Terry. And I missed everybody. So, College Debt dared me in one of my live streams to do a 24-hour live on YouTube. So, guess what? Starting tonight at 9 till tomorrow night at 9, I will be live. So, this is going to be interesting because I hope I don't snort. Coming off the COVID, I'm still tired, but I have pulled over 24 hours before a long time ago on Yahoo. I was doing a computer cleanup remotely. So this is going to be very interesting. I hope my computer holds up. Thank you, Cindy. Hey, Paul. Hey, Gavin. This is going to be interesting, Paul. I'm pulling a 24-hour YouTube live, 9 tonight till 9 tomorrow night. CDC dared me, so I'm going to do it. And I did miss everybody. I have no clue what I'm going to do tonight. It's going to be a mixture of a bunch of stuff just to stay awake. Hey, Frostbite. But I will have to take breaks every once in a while because I have to get something to drink. I have to take my dog out and all that happy crap. But this is going to be an interesting evening for sure. I love this keyboard. This keyboard's amazing. Thank you, thank you. And let me get Cindy's in here. Is that you, Cynthia? She talked about growing a channel, but I wasn't sure. Cherry! How come you're not modded in here, Cherry? You are now. Cherry's such a sweetheart. So you all have fun, get to know each other, and all that good stuff. And in the meantime, I found 2 books to tear apart. So there is a style of book I've been wanting to work on, and I think I'm going to do 2 of them at once. Pull this over, make sure I'm centered here. And I really like the cover of this book, particularly. I think it's pretty. It's almost like I don't know, like a blue-gray look with maybe a hint of green. And these are books I tried to sell. Nobody wanted them. So guess what? They're going to become journals. And I really like this color cover. And I've been wanting to make one of these. And this is how you do it. To take them apart. Sometimes people will use like an X-Acto knife or whatever, but I don't. I pretty much can crack them And then I pull them apart and save the book pages for later. And I look at it this way. It's not going to see a landfill. So don't judge. This book's actually going to be put to use and it's recycled. Because I know there's people that are like, no, don't rip that book. But you know what? I'm going to rip it anyways. Most of the time I take books that are unwanted. Why don't I have a garbage in here? We'll use this for now. Or that I've tried to sell and nobody's bought out of the used bookstore. So that's what I'm going to do with it. So there is book number 1. And this is the second one. And these are going to be 2 different sizes. This is actually a Reader's Digest. Love the cover. Reader's Digest are amazing underneath of jackets. They've got beautiful covers. And I'm not a pink girl. So I want to try something a little out of my comfort zone. And I want to work with my favorite color versus a color that's not my favorite. So that's why I picked this book. And when you do journals, you want books that have this gap. They're not glued in the back or sewn because it's too hard to remake a journal with them unless you actually take the book totally apart and just use the bookboard part. This one here is newer, so it's going to be a little harder to rip. But I will get her done. And another thing about this is sometimes these ones here are not made the best. So I'm going to have to add more to the backing to reinforce it. So I already know that about this book. Because Reader's Digest are pretty much all built pretty much the same. And then once I have that out, I'm going to take my handy dandy scissors here and start this process of cutting this part out of it. Because I'm not going to need it. So I'm going to clean it up a bit. Oh, that's terrible, Cindy. I hope you get to feeling better. There's my sassy Sandy. Well, we will have to send... Thank you, Gavin. We will have to send you prayers and positive vibes, Cindy. Wow. Hold on a minute. For some reason, I don't know what it is about Wednesdays. It's the only time that I ever go live, and it seems like to be the only day people pick on me. And it's like, please, my one live a week, leave me alone. Not to be rude. But it's like, it seems like it's my busiest day for some reason. It's like everybody knows I have something I want to accomplish and they want to interrupt. Isn't that how it always goes, though? So, what was I saying? Heck, I can't remember. Oh, I'm going to clean this up good. I couldn't find the fabric I wanted. I wanted to work downstairs, but I've just got too many spiders, people. I'm using that as kind of my storage room right now because that needs sprayed down there, but I got to get rid of some more stuff out of it before I can spray it. The spiders are ridiculous. I'm not joking. I hadn't been downstairs in 2 weeks. And I just set a bag down there and there's a spider in it already with a web. And there's like 5 of them hanging in front of my, and this is no exaggeration. I should literally turn my phone on and do a spider stream because my downstairs is polluted. Where my bookstore and craft room is. When I was in my bookstore, I kept it clean so I didn't have to worry about it. But then since I haven't been in it, when COVID hit, I had to shut down for a while. It's just like spider heaven down there. It's crazy. So anyways, anybody on here that wants to do the dare, I am going to dare you all to pull a 24-hour live on here if you can pull it off. Don't pressure, just saying. It's a challenge. And here is the hashtag. Let me put the hashtag in so that you people can see what it is. For anybody that does this, put this in your description if you decide to do it, because I will be hitting on it to see what channels come up with this. Right now, there isn't any. I don't know, Terry. It's called the 24-hour YouTube Live Dare. And this is all because of college, because the CDC. He started this. He dared me in a live stream, and at the time I couldn't, but I told him I'm going to take him up on it. So, usually I don't take dares. Usually I do truths, because you never know what the dares are going to be. But I think I can pull it off. We'll see, though. I think I'll be fine through the night, because I'm a night owl anyways. But what's going to be hard for me is like around noon and 1 tomorrow till 9 at night. That's where it's going to be difficult. So we clean this one up. We got this cover. I cleaned this one up. We got the cover. It doesn't matter if it's ripped because I got to reinforce this one anyway. See how it's like paper. And then this one here, that's what the netting was holding it in. This one here, I'm going to reinforce too. So it's going to be cool. You know, I was going to do a challenge that another friend of mine from Australia, she's so funny. She doesn't like buying stuff to do journals. Bonnie and Clive. She likes to upcycle everything, and that's all fine and dandy. But when I tried to do that, I couldn't do it without buying glue. You always have to purchase something. Even if you use staples, you have to buy staples. You know what I mean? Like it's too hard to do an upcycle of a written in journal without buying something. You know what I mean? So I can't pull that one off. Now, another challenge is make a journal just from the Dollar Tree. That could be fun. From stuff you buy at the Dollar Tree. I think I could pull that one off. Hey, Stacy. Stacy made some really cute items. I was on her channel the other day. She had a live stream. And she does have a list of the stuff she makes in her playlist. And everything I see is into journals. It's just something, I don't know. It's just a crazy thing. She had these earrings. They were so adorable with crocheted things off of them. But all I kept seeing was charms. And a lot of times when you see me buy jewelry, it's because I'm going to disassemble what its purpose is. And I'm going to turn it into something to do with journaling. Because I'm not a jewelry person at all. But I do like earrings, don't get me wrong, but one of my ear holes keeps closing because I have psoriasis on my ear. and I can't seem to keep the one hole open, which is really irritating because it's one of my main holes. So I have learned to repurpose into other things. So when I see a necklace with like, a pendant hanging, I still see a charm or something that you can take and glue to the front cover of a journal. Everything I see is through the eyes of a journaler. And it's really funny because I wanted to share this with you, Stacy. I was watching this woman. She cracked me up. I can't remember whose video it was or if it was posted on Facebook, maybe. I don't know. But I saw this somewhere where this woman was so funny because she does the same thing I do when she goes out. And she was sitting at a restaurant and they had the placemats and they all look like newspapers. She told her whole family, don't get anything on it. And people around her in other tables heard her saying, please give me your placemats and save them. And she showed a pile of them in a picture. She says, I can use these in my journal. I had to die laughing because that's me. That's something I would do. And I love it when I see people with the same visions. And it's like really funny because I could use it as a cover. I could use it as a paper. It was just comical. So yeah, when I was on her thing, it's not to change, but to give ideas that what people can see in your stuff. And I can't wait because I haven't done the opening of hers yet. I have like a Christmas pile sitting in my kitchen right now. I got so much mail to go through. It's disgusting. But and I still have old ones I haven't posted yet. But Stacy had the cutest little things. I mean, wait till you see this. I don't want to give it away because I want to do the opening for you guys to be surprised. But all I kept seeing was these would be so cute as charms. And not only do I hang charms off of this part when I put laces on, charms are also amazing to hang on tassels. If you want to add a tassel to your journal, and brooches. I don't know why people don't think of this, but when you create a tassel, you like loop fabric at the very, very top, you can put a brooch and they look so cute made like that. And I do believe I have a journal that somebody used a Santa Claus brooch and stuck it at the top of a Christmas journal. You'd be surprised. A lot of these crafters really amaze me with ideas that they come up with certain things. Because some visions I see and some I don't, but it is amazing. It just amazes me. It really does. Thank you, Paul. I'll definitely put you to sleep. I had a friend on Yahoo that used to tease me all the time. He says, every time I listen to you, you make me sleepy. I says, is that a good thing or a bad thing? That's what I do bore you. He says, no, you just got one of those voices that's relaxing. And it's really funny because my mom and I sound identical. Like when her sisters call, they can't tell me and my mom apart. They'll just start babbling. I said, I think you want mom. Because we do. We sound a lot alike voice-wise. But it's funny. But my mom even told me I put her to sleep too. So what does that say? But anyways, so one of the good thing is you know there's some people that like making these from scratch and they just use regular bookboard they purchase. But me for the center of this, I'll probably pick out to reinforce this. It'll probably be like a cracker box or a cereal box, something because I got a bunch of boxes saved to use the pieces. I have them all flattened out and ready to go. So I'll cut it and reinforce this before I turn it into a journal. Now, some people started the covers first and they might leave them set aside. I like gutting mine and leaving them until I get what I want to put inside, and then I'll come back to the covers. I'm like in between. So then, with these being gutted, they will be set aside. So now I will look for what I'm going to put in them. So I have some of my dyed papers left, which I do got to re-dye some paper. I think I've been saying that for 3 weeks now, but I just haven't had a chance. I have yellow, blue, coffee dyed, and I have some really pretty orange dyed pages, but you really can't see the orange on my camera up here. It's kind of sucky. That's like a pale baby blue. So I'll be pulling from these, and I think this is like the hardest part of the journals is organizing your pages and what you want in them. Then I have, let me get the rest of my papers over here. And another thing you want to decide too is, do you want an eclectic journal, which means different size papers all through it, or do you want one that's like all straight up and down? That's another preference. To me, I don't care. As long as I can write on it, I don't care if it's up and down, sideways, or whatever. Most of the time, I prefer the up and down better, but I don't know. It kind of gives it a little bit of fun when it's sideways. And shoot, I knew I was going to do that. Since most of my stuff is downstairs, I forgot my measuring tool. So let's see if I can pull it off with a little one in here. I mean, I guess I could use my mat, but let's see here. This one here is 6 in width. I hope by 9. No, it's 6 by a little over 8.5. Most of the time, my favorite size journals are 6 by 9s, but because they tend to lay flatter when you make them homemade, where the Reader's Digest, although they're cute, they're not as big as I would like my journals to be. But I like the covers. Get glue on this or something. This is 6.5 by a little over 7.5. So the papers will be different for both of them. So the best way to begin is grab a piece of this paper. This is how I do it anyways. I don't always measure. I'm more of an eyeballer person. So what I'll do is fold this in half. And then I will look at it, what it looks like on the book page. That one. This one here, I think the regular size is going to be like the perfect fit in this one. But this one here, I'm going to have to cut off the top. I think this part of it will be okay. Might stick out a little bit. Right now it's just rough measurement. And then use this pen. I'm sure this is in here good enough, straight enough, that is. Come on. I took my pencils out of here and I wish I'd have kept one in here. Hold on. Book wants to be a little squeamish. So we'll put it here, hold it. And then mark it about right there. So that should be where the pages will need cut for this style. So put this aside. Okay. Hey, North, there's Pinchy Cheeks. You know, it's funny. The original Pinchy Cheeks that I had was my friend James. He was from Tennessee. We met in Yahoo. And he was a great guy. He became my best friend for 14 years. We had a great relationship. We used to talk on the phone. He was awesome. So you're my first official YouTube Pinchy Cheeks. So I tease Sandy all the time. I said, yep, I found another Pinchy Cheeks. Yeah, he was. And then he got married, and well, his wife didn't allow him to talk to anybody. But I stayed friends with his sister. We still talk. She doesn't care for his wife. I said, well, it is what it is. You know, if that's the way she feels, that's their life. So I'm not a home wrecker, so it is what it is. But yeah, his sister was mad at him for a while. She said, you and Tammy were best friends for 14 years. Why would you just turn your back? But you know, when people get married, some of them married people are finicky. My husband don't care who I talk to. We're not the jealous type over here. You know, it's like people can have friends and it's okay with us. But some people are weird like that. They're very controlling. So anyways, I'm doing a challenge and I stuck it in. Yep, exactly. So if anybody wants to do this challenge, they put this hashtag in. If somebody dared me, CDC that comes in here and I'm taking him up on the dare. So I'm here for 24 hours. This is going to be fun. I'm going to be dragging tomorrow. And so yeah, I'm turning it into a YouTube challenge. So whoever wants to join in can join in. You never know. You could win a prize. It's hard to tell. So I'm putting it out there for everybody, and anybody wants to try it, stick it in your description. And when I click on it, I'm going to be checking to see if anybody's willing to do it because I think it's fun. Depends on the dare before I take it. So I have gutted 2 books so far. I'm getting ready to build 2 journals. One's in my favorite color. So you know this one I'm keeping. It's like a blue and gray. It's got a little bit of a hint of green to it, but I'm a blue girl. And then this one's pink and red. So this is going to be fun. It's going to be the same titles, but both of them are just going to have different covers and whatever else I add. So right now I'm just trying to get the guts together. So what I did was I have all these dyed papers. I need to coffee dye and tea dye more pages, but I'm going to use up some of what I have versus some store-bought, and I'm going to mix some in the middle. So this is they're both going to be eclectic. They're going to be different sizes and different size pages in them. And I think what I'm going to do for my smaller pages is I'm going to add some out of this notebook. This has pink, green, orange, and blue on the different colors on the outside. And what these will do is they'll be folded in between. sideways. And that's what makes it eclectic. So that's what I'm going to do. So we'll get to that in a minute. I'm trying to get the pages folded first. So I will have 24 hours to try to get it done as much as I can. Right now, the filling. The gut is the most important because it's the most time consuming. Gathering the pieces to make a journal. And this can be done out of anything. If a person's on the road, say you jump in your camper and poof, you want to go traveling and you don't have a journal to, you can take pictures and stuff, but if you want to make a quick journal and say you don't do a lot of writing, I do a lot of writing because I'm a gabber anyways. So I like having a lot of writing paper. But another way that a person can do it is groceries. You have a cracker box or a cereal box or any kind of box that you have food in. When it's empty, cut it open, turn it into a journal cover. And you can take pieces of notebook paper, because I'm sure you'll be near a shop, and you can say cut like, this is just an idea for people who are out traveling. If you want to journal like sightseeing and things you want to see, you just take your notebook paper. Hey, Stony. And then you cut it here. And then all you have to do is get some papers together. You can tilt it this way, tilt it this way, do whatever you want with it. The pictures that you add on your phone, you can run them off when you get home and put them like under. But here you can record the date, what you saw, and then go home in each page and you can turn it into a traveling journal. And it doesn't have to be while you're traveling. You could just do pieces of it while you're traveling and finish it later. These are ideas I love sharing with people. I was sick, Stoney. Yes, Cracker Jack box will work. I haven't had Cracker Jacks in ages. But I think the last time I did, they tasted so nasty. I don't know what they did to the caramel, but... And I don't like peanuts. I'm not a peanut girl. I like peanut butter. And I like walnuts. That's the extent. So I always pick the peanuts out and throw them away. But I love caramel popcorn. Caramel popcorn is so good. I remember as a kid, I'll share a story. It's story time. So what I did, I used to dress up in my little outfit for Halloween. I would go to the neighbor's house because she always made the homemade popcorn balls from scratch. And I would go get one in my bag, and then I'd hurry up and go home, and I would change my mask and go back to her house to get another popcorn ball until she busted me. That was my sister-in-law's mother. She said, Tammy, if you wanted extra, all you had to do was ask. And I said, but it was funner this way because I could pretend I was a different Halloweener. Hey, Hidden. The last prize that I got was one of those little, transfer tattoos that you put on your hand. That's the last thing I got out of one of them, Stoney. What have you been up to, Stoney? I was sick. Me and hubby had corona for the second time. Oh my God, it's awful. My poor grandson, I feel bad because we want to go see our parents because, our parents are getting up in age. And we didn't get to see him on his last time off because he's never home. My husband's never home. He works too much. And he said next time he ever has a vacation again, we're going to have to go see the parents first and then see the grandkids. Because, the grandkids being in school or around their friends, they always seem to pick up the germs. So he came to stay with us, and he tested positive when he left. And his mom caught it at work, passed to him, and then he passed to us. And the last time we had it was Christmas vacation around the grandkids. We can't help it though. I got 6 grandkids. I want to hug them and squeeze them. And every time I do, I get sick. But it's a chance you take. So it is what it is. But this time wasn't as bad as the first time. The symptoms that I get are fever spikes off and on, sore throat, feel like I was run over by a truck. Like every ache and pain that can hit your body hits you from head to toe, from migraines clear to your back to your body, and you just don't want to move. That's what my symptoms are. And my hubby almost lost his voice. I don't have that problem, unfortunately for him. But I had peace and quiet. But then you like cough up gunk, at times. It's almost like it hits me almost like a sinus infection type, almost. But sinus infections, I have to sit up and sleep, which really sucks. But now I'm okay. Like I feel better. And we're doing a challenge. Okay. So this is the challenge. And I'm going to challenge everybody that comes in here to use this hashtag. And this is a dare challenge. So whoever has the time and can do it, this is the hashtag that you need to use. I was dared to pull a 24-hour YouTube live. And it started tonight till tomorrow. This is going to be fun to try to pull this off after coming off of COVID, because I'll probably be snoring on YouTube. And if you record me, I swear I'm going to bring out my granny paddle and spank you. Yes. You discovered man pads. Oh my gosh, you are so funny, Stony. I tell people all the time to have a porta potty. So get your porta potties ready. Okay, so we have a blue one. I was trying to find my one paper, but I couldn't find it. I'm going to use this for measuring later. So this is going to be for this shorter journal. I'm pulling out random colors of paper that I'm going to use in this particular journal. So just give me a second. I am going to create, I'll tell you the theme. The theme of my journals are going to be France. They are going to be 2 French journals. So that's the theme. It's on my bucket list, was to do a Paris journal. So that's what I'm going to be working on. So we got all these different colors. I'm never organized, dude. I am the most random crafter you will ever see. That's why it takes me weeks to finish a project, because it's all about getting the pieces together. I never know what I'm going to do. Sometimes I've come on here, I had no clue till the last minute. I'm like the most spontaneous. That's why I don't want to edit too, because I want everybody to see bloopers and mistakes. So, yeah. So normally I try to go with, because you got to think when you count out your papers, you're doing front and backs. So if you have 10 pages, you're going to have 20 papers. So what I try to do is pick out some and then count and then see how many I have to decide if I'm going to do 2 or 3 signatures, which depends, because these books, the spines are wide enough. You probably could even do 4 in this one. This one here, you could do 3, but I'll probably do 2 in this one. And then this one here, I don't know. This would be 1. I probably could start out maybe 3. But I could pull 4 and 5 off in this one. But we'll start out with 3 and 2. See where it goes. Yes, I never know. I really don't. So anyways, we're going to take and put in we're going to add one of my orange dyed papers. Let's shift these around a little bit. And then color coordinate best I can. Let's do coffee dyed between these two. And then this one. Let's toss an extra blue in there. Really don't want to do blue against blue though. So maybe we'll take this blue, put it here, this blue, green, and put it there. That looks better. The way you have a variety of colors. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 already. Since this one's going to be the 2 one, it's okay to have more pages. So we'll do that. And then in between those, to turn it eclectic, we shall do let me pick here. Let's do a green one. And then a blue one. And the other color we have left here. I don't like the color pink. I'm so not a pink girl. Orange. So that'll work. We'll just add these 3. Oh, what are you on about, Stoney? Hold on. I gotta read chat, but I have a paper spill already. I'm doing good. And my chair is squeaky. This is one of my dad's old mill office chairs. When their mill closed down, I got it, one of the chairs. It is squeaky. It's so, you should see what it looks like. It's just a different looking chair. Okay, let me see what you're putting in here. Junk like tire pumps. You're so funny. Fake it. Listen to you. You did? Well, why aren't you pouring my patio concrete? I have a roof that needs taken off. Listen to this. My roof out on my back garage, it's like whoever put it together before we moved in here ran 2 boards towards each other. It's not even a board all the way across it. It's caving in. So I want to take the roof off. We have a bat that likes living there off and on. He's ridiculous. We try to get rid of him. He comes back. He just must like our house. I want the whole roof taken off, and I want a cement patio put out there. This is my dream. And once the cement patio is done, I want to take and put a gazebo on it, and I want to craft in it. But at the same time, on the other half, it can be used to grill, and we can sit in there and eat if need be. Now, my husband doesn't have the gazebo view. He just wants to turn it into a great big patio for nothing but grilling. And I'm like, no, we got to add some crafting area. So I don't know what this is going to end up looking like. Because then the other part of me is like, well, since I have so many spiders downstairs in my actual craft room, I want to turn that into a craft room above the garage and it'll be right outside my bedroom. How cool would that? To be because I have 2 windows in my bedroom, and one of the windows could be turned into a walkway to the porch. But we could make that a craft room. You know how cool that would be to have a craft room right beside my bedroom? I would freaking love it. But no, he don't see my point of view. Because the whole bottom of my house is my actual used bookstore, and it's actually used bookstore / craft room now. I have neighbors bugging him when he's outside mowing grass. When is your wife opening her bookstore? We're looking for books. I'm like, never. I'm not going to open it back up to the public. I just got to start doing book videos again. So if people are interested, they usually let me know because I post them in my videos, and then I could set up an order at the end of the month to my Etsy and they go in and pick it up. That's how I did it last year. But I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. You know, I had my DNA done and I'm a mutt. You know, I came up. Steady, my DNA's messed up. I came up with German, Irish, and United Kingdom. I said I'm a freaking mutt. I have like no big percentage of one thing. I got a bunch of percentages of different things. But it was fun. All you got to do is swab and mail, or spit in a tube and mail. I don't know what I did. It's been a while ago. But I did one for all my dog too. I am. I'm a nut too. But no, seriously. I found my dog on Facebook. This guy was trying to tell me she's part German Shepherd and part Gator Pit Bull. Okay, this is what he told me. So I asked him how much he wanted for her, and he said, what he said, I took $5 less. I didn't hear him right. I think he said 75 and I took $70. I had Christmas money. So, because he got her first shots and all that kind of stuff. Because we had puppies before. We had part lab and part husky at one point. And when they were babies, we did the same thing. Well, I couldn't pick her up. And I saw her picture on Facebook. I said, dude, that dog has lab in her. He says, no. He says, it must be the combination of the 2 breeds. I said, no. She has lab. I can tell by her face. I mean, come on. Look at my dog and tell me you don't see lab. Wait a second. There's her face. How can you not see Labrador Retriever in that face? She's definitely lab. So he sits here, he's trying to argue with me. This was so funny. So I said, that's okay. I'll prove him wrong. So I had her test done. I sent it to wisdom.com. And you can have your animal done. All you do is take a swab of the inside of their cheek and send it in. And he lied about both her breeds. That dog has no German Shepherd in her whatsoever. And she doesn't. It came back Staffordshire Pit Bull on one side and Labrador on the other. But I like the way the lab did it. I have the test results here somewhere. I just don't know where to stuck. Because I'll have to show it to you guys sometime. Because it tells you whatever breed they are as they get older, you know, like what to look for as they age. So I told him, I said, what made you think? Because he had the mom and she was a pure blood. You could tell by looking at her picture. And I said, whoever you bought your dog off of or got your, the mom off of, they lied to you because she's not Gator Pit Bull. She's Staffordshire Bull Terrier. I said, because that's what came out on mine. So that's what she was, a full-blooded. And if you look up those dogs, they're like wild looking. This is a, I'll show you what a Gator Pit Bull looks like. They're like, I don't know. Look at that dog. That's a Gator Pit Bull. That's a razor edged Gator Pit Bull. They're like vicious, dude. And they got some chompers. And then this is the Staffordshire. Now I can see the Stafford in my dog when she has her ears back. This is the Stafford Bull Terrier. Look how cute. Isn't that cute? Now when Roni has her ears back, I can definitely see the Stafford in her. Like, look at this. Look at that face. Isn't that face cute? I know, Pitbull Mama's in here. Yay! But this is, you see if I have a picture with my dog with her ears back. Because you can really see the Staffy in her. I got so many pictures of her on here. Let me find it. See, here's the front of her with her ears up. That's where you see the lab. She's so stinking cute. If you want to come up here, Pitbull Mom, just let me know. Okay, this is with her ears back. Now you can see the Staffy in her. See, I can see the Bull Terrier in her when her ears are laid down. But when her ears are up, she looks like the lab. But I definitely see the Bull Terrier there. I love her, though. She's my baby. She's my baby. Look at her. She's like, I'm so innocent. But the funny thing is when she sees you, her hair and everything rises. But she's like, she'll lick you to death. You know what I mean? Like it's just funny. She doesn't have a mean bone in her little fuzzy body. And the kids in the neighborhood are petrified of her because she gets all excited. But anyways, if anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome. Let me... Let me clip you in. You can come join me on the stream. I don't bite. I only nibble. So let me put this in here. Did our Pinchy Cheeks, did he leave? Stoney's the Sweet Cheeks. He's Pinchy Cheeks. And what do I call Scully? No, Scully's Sweet Cheeks. Stoney, you can be a Pinchy Cheeks too. I'll call you Pinchy Cheeks. I call North Pinchy Cheeks too. And then this one. So then this makes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we have 20 sides in one signature. That will be nice for the bigger book. And then we'll make a second signature. So there's signature 1. And this is all there is to it. To make your own homemade journal is you just add what you want. You can put a bag in here and cut those sides and have little tuck areas. All depends on what you want. So this is signature 1. And then I'll make signature 2. Stoney, you're crazy. Aw, Pipple Mama, yes. Okay, let me see. She's got a cute puppy. Look at Tater. Look at her doggy. She gave me permission to show her pup. Looky, she cute. She's adorable. Here, I'll link the thing in later so you can watch her. I like how she's got a color over her eye. Is she cute? But here's I'll put the video in so you could check out Pitbull Mama's puppy. Because she's so cute. She's a doll baby. Okay. So the second one we'll do the dyed pages first. So we'll start it with a coffee dye. We'll do a yellow. An orange and a blue. And then in between, we shall do CDC. He started it. We'll do a green. A blue. And a dark yellow in between these two. He started it. Let's see you do it, CDC. Here's the actual hash. Wait a minute. Let me get the hashtag. Whoever does this, put this in your description so I can find you. That's the hashtag. And CDC started it. It's his fault. Okay, so let's pick the little pages. And you don't got to do it exactly like I do it, where it's exactly the same pages and stuff like that. We'll do that one. This one. And this one. This is just the pages I have sitting next to me. If I look around later and I want to add something else, well, I can do that too. I love the grunge. Look at the grunge on that page. Oh, I love it. The grungier, the better. So there's that page. I don't know if I'll make it or not. I'll try. There was a guy on here that was trying to get monetized. Willie, he was so funny. He was trying to get monetized, so he lived on his live streams from the time he came home from work. And it was absolutely funny because he would be snoring, like sound asleep. And he ended up monetized because he pushed his own watch hours. But oh my gosh, it was so funny. He'd be snoring as loud as could be. So you just never know. So there's two ways that you can do a journal depending on what you want. I mean, there's many different ways, I should say. But the main thing I'm trying to get at is some people decorate the signatures before they actually sew them into the journals, and some people decorate after. Me, I could do it both ways, depending on what kind of journal I'm making. What's SL? So here is my first signature, and here is the second. And this is what I'm going to add to the journal that I prefer for myself, because I like having lots of room for writing. And then these pages here, before you sew them in, you could have like one down here and then one scooted up. I kind of like mine in the middle, but that's just me. And you got to make sure your papers are definitely lined up before you sew them in, because once they're sewed in, they're done. Because I don't like taking mine apart. So there's that one. And then there's this one. Yes. I don't know, Pitbull Mama. I'm not sure. I know there's a couple people that just go to bed and do sleep videos too. Believe it or not, they get a lot of hits on the sleep videos. I don't know if people just don't like being alone. I don't know. I see some very weird titles they get a lot of views. And I know I made somebody mad in a stream here not too long ago. And it wasn't intentional. It's just, I have a habit of speaking my truth before I filter myself, but I still feel the same way. I was in a live stream with somebody that I mod for, and somebody said, look, I just put up a video and it already has so many hits on it, like in the thousands. And I'm like, what? So I went to the guy's channel, and it was a video typed, how did he word it? Something about cucumber up my stepfather's butt. And I'm thinking, you got to be freaking kidding me. This is where our society is. That they rather have a title like that, which to me was clickbait. And it was just crazy because I told him, I said, that's disgusting. When I came back to the stream, and he was like, you're just jealous. I thought, no, I'm not. That's just not a video I would click on because I could care less. I don't know if people clicked on it because they thought, is YouTube really going to allow this? Or if people are really that demented that they really want to see a cucumber up somebody's ass. I don't know. But it was a person laying face down in the video. I didn't watch it while I was in the stream. I watched it later. And because the guy that was running the stream, he was playing the video, and I only got to see parts of it. He goes, well, I could understand why Tammy feels the way she does, because that's really not something a female wants to see. He was afraid to play it on his live because he had no clue what the content was, and he didn't want that either. He said, give me a minute, let me look at it before I post it. Well, then when he posted it, showed part of it. It was something about his stepdad was in a pair of jeans, and he was laying on a bed, and he was showing a cucumber, and he was poking his butt with it through his jeans. That's what the video was. But it had over 5,000 hits. I kid you not, Pitbull Mom. I was like, really? Hey, Tim. But to me, that's clickbait. To do that kind of stuff. That's just disgusting. I would never have that in my title because it leads, it's misleading. Well, that's different, Jasper. At least yours are clean. Hey, Jasper. At least your titles are clean. But his was just gross. Like, seriously. If somebody come in here, I like YouTube shorts. They remind me of TikTok. If somebody comes in here and then they say, hey, check out my last video, and you go and look at their video and it says a cucumber up my stepfather's butt, would you watch it? Because I know it would not turn me on to watch it. We're talking about this guy in his stream, Tim. He didn't even have 1,000 subscribers yet. And he says, I put up a video and it has like over 5,000 hits. And it did, because his title said a cucumber up my stepfather's butt. And I'm thinking, that's just disgusting. That's so gross. But see, your titles are cute though, Jasper. Bells, bubble buttons. I think that would be cute as a title. I'd rather see titles like that than sick ones. Just saying. That's my preference. Yeah, his should be banned. And I think that people were just, I don't know if people were looking at it, Jasper, thinking, is somebody really doing this on YouTube and getting away with it? And that's why it had so many hits, or if it's because it was so derogatory. Because I will tell you right now, if I stick drama in my title on anything, the word drama, like, brings hundreds of hits on my channel. That's what I mean. It's sad. Well, when I first started YouTube in 2017, Jasper, if you had 1,000, you could go live at any number. That didn't even matter. Or no, I take that back. Hold on. Just give me a second to collect my thoughts. They did not have live streams when I started. What happened in 2017 is if you hit 1,000 subscribers, you automatically got monetized. They did not have live streams yet, at least that I could see. Once you hit 1K, after they changed the rules, I was at 500 subscribers when they changed the rules. That's why everybody kept wanting to hit 1K real fast, because as soon as they did, they got automatically monetized. Well, when I was at 500 when that happened. And then they came back that year and said, now you have to have 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch time hours to get monetized and to go live. But people got around it because they don't have to have 1,000 subscribers to use StreamYard. CDC. We know you like drama. But no, I like the shorts because the YouTube shorts, they remind me of TikTok, and I'm glad they did it, because there's at times that, you know, when you're in a live stream and you're networking and you want to give a person a view, you don't have time to sit there with a 2-hour video. The shorts make it so easy to go in and watch the shorts real quick to let a person know that you are subscribed to their channel when you're networking the proper way. And then you don't have to worry about, you know, going back and watching it later. I like to give a person full watch time. I don't go to somebody's channel and watch 5 minutes of it. I'm a sucker. I don't know. Call me what you want. But I want to see the whole damn video. So, because to me, that's how I comment, is on their content. So I want to see it in full to comment. And there's a few people on here that do 7-hour streams every single time, because I guess they're desperate for that little monetization money. So what I do on their streams is I split it up amongst several days, because I can't watch 7 hours at once. So I'll let it play for an hour while I'm doing laundry one day, play a second hour while I'm doing it, but I will give them the full watch time. It just won't be all at once, because I can't. Because I try to hit how I do my channel personally. This is just what works for me. And I'm behind. I need to catch up with my commenters. But what I do is I answer my comments, and I go to see if they have a channel. And then I give them watch back and a comment back, because that's just how I feel about my commenters. They always come first. If a person hasn't commented on my video, they probably won't get a view from me for a long time if they're subscribed to my stream, because that's how I do it. They come first because they're taking their time out of their day to watch me and comment. So they are my first people that I say hi to. Once I'm done, then there's certain channels I follow. Of course, they'll never follow me back. They're huge. There's a couple true crime ones I like watching, and I might go watch them depending on the mood I'm in. If I'm in a mood for a craft, I'll find a crafter. If I'm in a mood to watch a true crime video, I like Mr. Ballin and Danielle Kirsty. They're my favorites. She does makeup while she tells hers. Or I'll go watch Nick the Booksmith, because I like her too. I have a very eclectic taste on YouTube. I can't watch just crafters. I can't do it. And if I catch a person that's live, and it's really hard for me to get to lives, it's easier for me to get to a person's video, because a lot of times I'll be in the middle of watching a video and I'm so into what they're saying. Then all of a sudden, one of my favorite people goes live, like Tim. And it's like, no, wait till I'm done watching this video. But you can't control the lives. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm not in lives a lot, because I'm probably in the middle of watching something else and I don't want to stop. especially if I'm really into it. Sometimes I'll pause it and go back and watch it later, depending on what it is. But I'm telling you right now, if I'm in the middle of Danielle Kirsty and Mr. Ballin, forget it. You are not getting my attention because I really love their channels. She does true crime, and so does he. He does kind of true crime and mysterious. But it's like sometimes his might have a paranormal in it. It might have a mysterious UFO sighting. Like he gives you like, and he used to be a former Navy SEAL. It's really interesting about his background. And he's really famous on here, and they're just I don't, Tim. I never get bored. Boredom is not a part of my vocabulary. I don't believe in that word. I don't think it should exist because to me, that's a person that lacks imagination that gets bored. I don't have time to get bored. Sometimes I get restless, but I'm never bored. There's too much to do in life to ever be bored on my end of the spectrum over here. I just don't have the time to. I'm either cooking or making a journal or crafting or doing something with my Grace. Like, my life is just busy. I wish I had a clone, but I don't. So I just, and if you use the word around my mother, you will hear a lecture. She was raised on a farm from sunrise to sunset in a gardener, and she will tell you, if you're so bored, I'll give you chores. So the grandkids never use that word around my mom and dad, nor the great grandkids, because my mom will give you a list. Just saying. But I don't. And like I said, if it's a gamer or if it's somebody like, it depends on the video. It sits on my washing machine while I'm doing laundry. If I don't have to give it my attention. Gamers, they're really easy to me because I don't have to watch them game. I can hear it. Where it's really hard to watch some channels like Danielle Christie because she shows pictures of the victims that she's talking about in her crime. So you want to get a glimpse of what she's saying. Or if you're in a sale, you want to see what the people are showing. So it's hard to just listen to those videos unless I'm not shopping, and then I can. Sometimes I'm in the mood to shop, sometimes not. So I'm like, bleh. Or if it's something I don't need, I was like, nah. I'm not a compulsive shopper. I only shop for things that I want that I don't have. Like, for instance, right now I have tons of glue, so I don't need any. It depends on what I already have in abundance. You know what I mean? If it's something I need, I'm like a shopper that it's on need only, not just to buy it, if that makes any sense. Because if you look at my videos, especially my shopping ones, I've never bought the same thing twice. Like, I know what crafting tools I need, what crafting tools I already have, things like that. I know what dies I have for my die cut machine, so I'm not going to go get a second set. Like, I'm not a compulsive shopper, I should say. And there are some people, it's retail therapy. They shop because they're depressed. I've ran into people like that. But my shopping is building my craft room. I started with nothing. I'm not one of the crafters on here that's been doing it for 20 years, and I've already had this stockpile. You guys are on the journey with me as a crafter. Every single video I have on here of my shopping, that's all I have in my craft room, except for things I picked up at a Dollar Tree or something, or thrifting. But as far as all the paper lines, the tools, all of that's brand new. I'm not a crafter that's been crafting for 20 years. The only kind of craft I've ever done was crochet. And like I said, since I come to YouTube, I've spent more money since I've come to YouTube than I have my entire life. And I'm not kidding. Because it's like There's so many things, I didn't get into paper crafting and book crafting till I got on her. Yes, I've been a journaler my whole life, but no, I have not built my own journals. I have some journals I found from the past. It's absolutely funny because you'll see me putting stickers in them, but I never did this. Like the junk journaling community, I never heard of junk journals till I came to YouTube. So I think somebody was teasing me about spending so much money. And I said, listen, everything you see is you all on my journey of crafting with me. It's not, I'm not like, I don't know how to explain it. There's some crafters that's been on here doing this, like, quilters and stuff. They've been doing this for like 20 years. One of the ladies teases me because I just filled my first tote with fabric. And she's telling me, you're never going to catch up. I have 5. That's what I'm saying. I really don't have what people think because mine just began. So that's why I'm building up on my stash and you guys are seeing it. Then when I go to craft with it, you guys will see it as I'm using it on my channel. You know what I mean? But it's like some of these crafters have so much because they've been doing it for so long. They've had D-stashes because they have so much. I don't even have enough to do a D-stash. Seriously. When you guys look at all the Sunny Fun Time mails, I don't have enough to do a D-stash yet. Because if you go to like a bigger crafter, like Miriam's Small Art or, some of the crafters that's big on YouTube, look behind them. They've got floor to ceiling, nothing but crafts and drawers. I don't have that. I have a few totes and I have some good paper lines and I have my stack of papers is only like this wide of crafting papers. And some of these people are scrapbookers. They've done all this stuff before they came into the junk journaling community. I didn't even do that. The only kind of craft I did back in 2008 was running off a lot of ink on my printer because I was into digitals. I didn't do the physical, papers. So this is all new to me. And when I first came to YouTube, I was doing makeup reviews in 2017. 2018, I still wasn't a crafter. I was running my bookstore, which it's in its 9th year. I started, let me see here. I don't know when I started buying craft supplies. Hold on. But it happened on YouTube. Hold on a minute because I want to find. Okay. May 1st, 2013, I opened my bookstore. May 1st, 2022, my bookstore turned 9 years old. So December 3rd, 2016, that's before I came to YouTube, Roni was born. When I brought her home, she was actually being raised in my bookstore. And I threw like a bunch of stuff away the first year. So that would be 2017. I still didn't know about junk journaling yet. So about around, I would say, it had to have been like maybe 2019. So I've only been collected for 2 years. That's what I'm saying. I don't have close to what these crafters have. I didn't even own a sewing machine. I own nothing. And it was, I seriously, I have the bag in my living room. I had 2 things of yarn, 2 crochet hooks, and a hook rug. That's it. And I found out about junk journaling and it just blew up. That's when the shopping started. And I started buying stuff to catch up in supplies to be able to create the junk journals. So it hasn't been that long. And I think it's funny. Well, I've never bought, like, I don't pay for the Prime or anything on thing. That's not what I mean. I didn't spend anything on YouTube except for when I've super chatted some people, which I've done to help them out in their channel. I don't believe in begging for money, but when my husband got hurt, I told a crafter friend about it, and we were scared because of we didn't know when his comp was going to kick in because he's out of state. If he would have been in state, it'd been like a couple weeks. And we learned something by that because we were living paycheck to paycheck. We don't do that now. We always keep a little extra money back now. We learned from that actually. Because we just never thought he would get hurt, and he did. And it took 3 weeks, and the only thing that I told her was I was scared because we didn't know if we had the gas or food. Anything other than that, we were fine. And she took up a collection for us, but I don't consider that begging. I consider that crafters helping each other. And I have helped people who've been in dire straits on here too, because I knew they were legitly going through things. The whole thing about helping people with money on here is to know who you're helping. Like, there are some people on here, they have inconsistent stories, or they're constantly e-bagging, or even, I mean, there's even people who are monetized that do that. They will be constantly, every time you go into certain channels, I don't know if you know who I'm talking about. Say it's not anybody in particular, but it's like, oh, I need watch time, or oh, I need this, because you don't make that much on YouTube. My whole thing about YouTube is get a job. Use YouTube as a hobby. Don't count on them because they can change the rules at any time. And it seems like they don't have people's backs, because I know people who've gotten robbed of watch time hours and everything. I wouldn't rely on them for a paycheck. I'm not getting monetized on YouTube. I refused it. I could care less about YouTube's money. If a person wants to tip my channel, I feel that if they like me that much and they want to super chat, hey, I have a Cash App. It's sitting right in my about section, and I have a PayPal. And don't get me wrong, I don't see anything wrong with being monetized on YouTube. So please do not take that wrong, because there are people who benefit being at stay-at-home moms, making money off of YouTube and stuff. And that's fine. If that's what you want to do and you want to take your chance on them, I just don't count on them because they change the rules too much. That's just my opinion. So, and I feel like, once a channel grows, I feel like they have to keep adding and adding and adding. And then, some people have went in debt because they have went in debt on cameras and, specific lightings. Like, everybody had to have the halo light, and I'm not doing that shit. I'm sorry, but I'm not. You shouldn't have to spend money to make money. To me, I don't edit. I'm totally raw. You get what you get. You're going to get my bloopers. You're going to get the things that succeed. And that's just me, because this is a hobby to me. But that's just how I feel, because I don't need the money. We're fine. But the people out there who may need the money, good for them to get monetized on YouTube. Yeah. And, and there's a person on here, she even told me she made like $100 a month there for a while, but hey, it pays a bill. It's gas money. I mean, if you make that on YouTube, hey, $100 will take you a long way with gas right now. So I feel that if that's what they want it for, that's fine. But yeah, me too. The crafter that I was talking to, she took up a fundraiser for me and my husband. And the money that we made helped us. There was people that came out of the woodwork that donated that even shocked me. I was like, what? And we didn't make thousands. It was like 500. But to me, I appreciate that 500 because it did get him to his doctor's appointments. It put food on our table. And then once we caught up, when his money kicked in, once he caught up and he was back to work because he had to have surgeries and all kinds of stuff on his hand. It was horrible what he had to go through because he had broken, I showed pictures. I mean, it's not a lie. He had a bone sticking out of the side of his finger. He had thousands of pounds, or I can't remember what it was. He was working on something at work and it caught his hand. And it's a canister that holds nuclear waste. You can only imagine how big this thing is. And it was a job they were doing for Spain. It was getting ready to ship to Spain. And the sad part about it is it got a second man who was contracted into their company. It wasn't even one of the workers. My husband said they're calling it the possessed canister because it only caught my husband's fingers, but this other guy, it sliced his completely off. So there was something about this particular job that was just bad. So I don't know what they did with the contracted guy, but there's 2 people who got hurt on this job. So that money helped us. And then once we got caught up, a few of the ladies had live sales on here. They had Etsy stores. I went back in and reimbursed them because I bought stuff off their stores. I kept a list of who donated, and that's how I paid them back. So it's not like I just took the money and ran. But you don't forget who helps you. When you're down and out, you do not forget. And I don't see anything wrong with helping people. Just as long as they're not scammers, hey. Because and it's sad that society, is scared to help people because they're afraid they're scammers. It's sad that we've come that way because there are some people that legitimately need help. And most of those people don't even ask. They never ask. You take care, Jasper, and thanks for stopping. But I also know, that there's people on here that can work and they can find jobs and they would rather sit around and not help themselves. And that's another story. And I know one on here right now, that person, it's just fishy. I don't know. That person's story has changed, and I've listened to them talk, and they have made boo-boos and things they said because their stories are not consistent. And it makes me question if that person's really in a crisis or if it's just a way to get money off of people. I don't know. I can't figure that one out because I don't know him in person. But yeah. Can't be too careful. But then, like my Sunday school teacher told me, she said to me one time, but does it really matter? Because your intention is good when you choose to help somebody. What they do with it, that's on them. So looking at it from that perspective, yeah, I pick who I want to help on here, or, send money to their channel sometimes as a tip or whatever. I do it on my own, and people have done it for me too. They've come in here and tipped my Cash App, and it goes right into crafting and giveaways. I've even did a giveaway with one I won off of a stream before. You too, Jasper. You have a good one. As a matter of fact, the last giveaway I did to show my appreciation to my 5 years of my people on my channel, that 2 of the items I personally bought myself, and the money that I did in the giveaway, I won off of another channel. It was given to me, I should say. And they gave me a tip for modding because it's a bigger channel and they're monetized and they're doing really well. So they tip their moderators, and some people will do that with our moderators if they can afford it. And the money she tipped me went into giveaways. So there's that. But if I did choose to get monetized, that's where my money would probably go, is back into the community. Which I have thought about it for that reason. But then I'm like, oh, I don't know. Do I really want to be censored? I don't know. I have a big mouth and I don't think I want to be censored. And one of my friends even told me it would be a shame. She said, Tammy, we would not want you censored. So yeah, that's one of the other reasons why I don't want to be monetized, because if I want to talk politics, I'll talk politics. If I want to talk about something, I should be able to openly, freely talk about it. Everybody talks about the freedom in the United States, not to abuse it, but just to be able to be open and talk. But then you're censored and you're kicked off a platform. So where's the freedom in that? I think it's how you talk about things. You know, I think anybody can discuss anything without fighting about it. But I was blocked by a couple channels for who I voted for. And I have a person I thought was my friend that turned out not to be a friend because she was being a prick about who I voted for. And it's like, it doesn't matter. I don't care if you voted for Biden, Trump, or you didn't vote at all. You are welcome to talk about anything on my stream, and we should be able to discuss it without fighting. For some reason, respect got lost along the way. You know, it just did. Yay, Jasper. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Oh, I like doing giveaways, CDC. I think they're fun. It's like I was saying, you know, back in the day, I left a channel. I mean, I'm still subscribed to, but I left a channel because they asked a really dumb question. To me, it was a dumb question. You know, usually I say no question is a dumb question. That was a dumb question to ask a friend. You know, how would you feel if I came out and said to you, Tim or CDC, oh, because of who you voted for, are you thinking of the country or for yourself? I mean, really, what kind of a question is that to ask a friend in the first place? And yeah, oh, yeah, I believe the president's only focused on me and nobody else because I am that much of a narcissistic bitch that that's all I think of. I don't think so. When I think of politics, I think of everybody, never just about myself. And it made me mad that that person even asked that question. So I will no longer go to that person's channel because of that, because that to me was stupid to ask somebody you consider a friend. I mean, sometimes people can just be ridiculous. But I feel that good for you, Tim. I feel that the only thing that bothered me about the whole thing, and this is just my opinion, I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Trump, Hillary, who the hell it is. This mudslinging shit has got to stop. When I was back in high school and I was watching even voters back then, think about how it looked on TV. It was never this childish stuff. I mean, when I was embarrassed of Trump and Hillary, what they were doing, they're slinging. It's like, would you two just shut up, sit down, tell the people what you're going to do to change if you're voted in? Stop this bashing crap. Because back when we were in school, it was never about bashing your opponents. It was, if I'm elected, this is where my focus is going to be. This is what I want to do to improve the country or your classmates or whatever the hell you're running for. And then let that be the end. Not this bash this person commercial. I endorse this. It's so childish. That's the thing that I wish that TV would not allow. There needs to be a censorship to tell these people to quit acting like children, and let's see adult respect back into politics. Let's see what you have to say that you're going to do to make things better. I don't care what your opinion is of somebody else, because that's where the media is really messing up for especially the younger crowd, because that's all it is. It's a bunch of bullying. It's not what you're going to do to fix things. And it's sad because we live in the illusion of what respect used to be, but it's not here anymore. And it should be. It's like we, the people, need to bring this back. And I feel like there shouldn't be no bashing allowed in the political commercials. I want to see what you're going to do to improve it. And then if they're elected and they don't do it the next 4 years, we'll kick them the hell out and find the next person. That's just my opinion on it all. But watching Trump and Hillary, I wanted to beat both their asses. I wanted to walk up there, duct tape their mouths and say, if you can't say nothing respectful, shh, don't say it at all. And that's what I wanted to do the whole time. I had to turn the TV off because I just couldn't stand it anymore. I was waiting for them to pull each other's hair. Ugh. Well, I vote and I have a right to say it. Even if I don't vote Tim, I would still speak up. Because most of the time, I felt at times that there was people that didn't deserve my vote. And if there's somebody out there that don't deserve my vote, I won't vote at all, because I'm tired of picking the lesser of the evils. If a person's entitled to my vote, they will get it. But if I feel that there's no candidates, I'm not going to, and I'll still speak my opinion. And that's just the way it's going to be, because I'm a big mouth and I just will. It was funny, because a lot of people, they just hear the media and they don't study for themselves. And that's where the shame comes in, because you just can't believe what you hear in the media. You have to do your own homework. And I thought it was absolutely hysterical, because I don't care for Trump's etiquette. He needs to go to respect school and learn etiquette. I did vote for him, though. Tim, he was the first and only president I have ever voted for in my life, because nobody else ever deserved it. And I thought it was really funny when I was reading up on it. They said there were people that came out of the woodwork that were voters that had not voted in years that he brought out to vote for him. And I will stand behind Trump because of his belief. And I do believe he loves his country. I do believe that. But he needs to work on his etiquette. I don't care what anybody says. He is not nice to women at times. And if he had more of a respectful mouth and it wasn't about him all the time, he would be so much better. But I have seen him on several interviews, and I can form this opinion because of it, where he will be asked a question and he always turns it back on him. And it's like, Trump, would you shut up and answer the question? And there was a person who was interviewing him, said they told him, you still never answered the question. He kept talking about, I did this and changed this, and I did. It's like, stop with the I. Let's hear a little bit of we. But I do respect him when his wife died, his ex-wife died, how he handled it. And he left really nice things to say about his ex-wife. He didn't have to. Some people don't like their ex-wives, and all they do is run them down the rest of their lives. That's the first time I've seen respect in Trump, was when he really did give an interview and he talked about his ex-wife. That was very heartfelt. I don't believe that was an act. He has a lot of good qualities. He just needs to learn etiquette. And I've told my husband this the whole time. If he would just stop about the me all the time and say we, our country, it would be different. But he's just, I don't know. Sometimes he just gets on my nerves. Yeah. And you know what's funny too is like my parents have voted Democrat their whole life because they believe in the worker. They believe when Democrats used to be for the working man, but even my parents being Democrat, they voted Trump. Seriously, because our country's in trouble. And if people can't see that, something is wrong. But to me, my whole thing of the big picture, I don't care who gets into office right now, they're walking into a mess. Until something is done about the way the government is and how long some of these people are allowed to hang there, they need to make shorter sentences as some of the people in the House and stuff too. They shouldn't be allowed to have years and years and years. They need to have terms for a lot more people. That's just my opinion. And I feel like some of them that's gotten in there for so long, that's what I'm saying. You don't know. That's exactly what I mean, Jasper. You don't know who to trust because they're all full of it. And I mean, to me, that's the problem. There's no respect and no trust anymore. And I just don't know where this is all going to go. I really don't. And you know, and it's true. We have all these candidates for Miss USA, and you're down to two, and the cost is ridiculous. When these people run office, it's just it's ridiculous. Yep. Um. Trump isn't always. I mean, is a businessman. He's filed bankruptcy too, and I know they kept bringing that up. And that's fine. Everybody's going to have a failure too. Where none of us are perfect. I never looked at Trump as perfect. What made me vote for Trump out of everybody? And believe me, I could have voted for years and I didn't because I just didn't like any candidates. Was because to me, he seems like a down, I mean, even though he's mouthy, he seems like a down to earth, even through all his money, man that really cares about his country. There's something about when you listen to him, you can tell he cares. And that's what brought me forth to vote for him. Seriously. I thought if anybody is going to clean up, he would because he had no agenda. I mean, he didn't even get paid. If anything, he gave out more money during his term than he ever made. And I loved when he covered NAFTA. I don't think NAFTA should have ever happened. I hated it when NAFTA was signed into law. I knew that as soon as that NAFTA was signed in, we were screwed where I lived because it killed so many steel mills. And the sad part is, I watched a booming town literally dry up and businesses get closed and just turn to shit because of NAFTA. I saw it. I had family members there and new people, and they supported the community. Those steel mills actually gave back to the schools, back to the community. It hurt us so bad. We used to have a middle school in one place and a middle school in another place. They actually had football teams that played against each other that literally downsized our town so much when NAFTA was signed in that all the schools now go to one because that's how many people moved away. The high school that I went to is closed. The high school my husband went to is closed. Now they have a high school and they have a junior high right next to it because so many people left because the jobs were gone. That's what NAFTA did to where I live. I actually had a political fight with somebody in a comment section talking about that. And some guy was coming at me saying, well, NAFTA was supposed to be an improvement for change. I said, I'm all for change if it doesn't hurt a whole damn town. But I said, you're wrong, because it really hurt here. So I said, you can kiss off, dude, because you don't know what you're talking about. I lived to see this happen. We got into it in the comment section. That's why people fight over politics, because, you know, some things might benefit one person, but they don't benefit someone else. That's the whole sad part. Well, as far as Joe's concerned, I don't think he should have ever been. I don't think Biden should have ever been voted in. And I don't mean that to be mean. To me, he does have the early signs of dementia. And I'm not saying that because I saw it or anything else. Me and my husband literally dealt with a tax lawyer who had the same issue. And I have a story that's the truth. It's the truth. It happened to us. My husband working out of state, we went to this tax lawyer that's a friend of my dad's. And we went into his office to file our taxes. And he kept telling my husband, because he worked out of state, he had to have special papers. Well, my husband got these papers and he did whatever he told him to do. 4 and 5 times this man kept calling us back to his office saying, oh no, you didn't pay enough, or oh no, you paid too much. It was so damn confusing. I told Michael, we are leaving this man and we're finding another person to do our taxes, because clearly he's going into dementia or something's wrong with him, because he kept changing his mind. So my dad, being that it was a friend of his, didn't listen. And my dad had some issues that needed to take care of financially, and he trusted him. I said, Dad, do not trust this man. I understand he's a friend of yours, but he kept messing up on Mike and I's taxes. I'm telling you, something's off with him. He's either going into early dementia or he doesn't know what he's doing. And sure enough, he screwed my parents so much money that they were sending to the IRS, that my sister, she's a head cashier for our company, and she knew something was wrong. So she talked to an attorney that they had and told her what was going on. It took a team, people, a team to straighten this man's shit out. Seriously. They told my parents, no matter what the IRS tells you, do not pay them another dime, because he screwed up their stuff so bad that the team had to sort it out. And he ended up, he was forced into retirement, but they were wondering how many other people he screwed out of money that he had as clients, because he was an attorney and it was dementia. So I was sitting there, and that's what happened. He was in early stages of dementia, is exactly why he kept screwing up. And I'm glad we left when we did. Well, I was watching Biden on stage doing a speech, and he went to turn to shake hands with somebody, and there was nobody there. If you people out there cannot see that this man is in dementia, there's something wrong, because he has the early signs of it. And I personally feel there should be some kind of competency test at a certain age before a person should take on the responsibility of presidency, because he definitely has it. And nobody's going to tell me any different, because I've watched him. And it's so sad. It's sad. It's crazy. Tim, I have nothing nice to say at times, and I will not keep my mouth shut. I always speak what I see. I can't live if I have nothing to say, because my tongue would be bit off, Tim. If I had to live by that rule, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything, my tongue would be gone. You might as well cut it out. And I disagree with JFK. I wouldn't have voted for him either. I have a problem because with me, it's really hard for me to vote for people for presidency because I just can't explain it. But when I find out they've cheated on their wives and stuff like JFK did, I wouldn't vote for them. Because to me, if you can cheat on your wife that you give vows to and you have children to, and you're supposed to be respectable, then you can cheat on your country. That's just how I look at it. And Trump doesn't have a good background either. He was another cheater. He cheated on his wife. I just feel like it's almost like when you're a pastor. If you're a pastor and you're running the whether you're a pastor or you're a leader of a country, you better have a respectable background. I'm not looking for perfection, but I want somebody who has values. I want him to be respectable and not cheat on his wife. I have certain expectations for the people that I vote for, and I do not like cheaters. I just don't. And Trump did cheat on his wife, and that was like a big flare to me. Because if you can do that to your wife, you can do it to your country, and that's just how I feel. If you can cheat on your wife, you can cheat on your congregation. And look how many pastors were destroyed over the same thing. You have to have a certain etiquette and a certain respect, or I'm not going to vote for you. And that's just all there is to it. And like I said, the only thing that I really liked about Trump was that I felt that he truly in his heart loves his country and he wanted to save it. I do believe that part. But does he have my total respect? Oh, hell no. I think he is selfish. I think he's all about himself. And he is a cheater. It's a fact. And that's the only things I don't like about him. But, I just want to see this country do better. I want to see us thrive again. And, I worry about what my grandkids' future is going to be and what's it going to be like for them when we're already in debt. Heck, we can't even pay the debt in our lifetime. What's it going to be like for them when they get older? That's the stuff that I have concerns about. I don't listen to anything the mainstream media says. I go by what I hear myself. And Trump did admit that he cheated on his wife. He cheated on his first wife because he ended up marrying the girl he cheated with. But of course, that didn't last because most of the time when you cheat with somebody and you marry them, they usually don't last. It always boomerangs. But see, I like that we can have these talks. This is talks. Jasper, I love her feistiness. Oh my god. I'm rereading the chat. Hold on. I agree, Jasper. I don't like his etiquette either. But to me, why is it these older men are running in the first place? Don't you think it would be nice to have a fresh change? Like, even though Trump got kicked off of Twitter, his son didn't. Why isn't it that it's not the younger, fresh perspective being running for office? I like to see Trump's son run for office. Like I feel like we need a fresh perspective. And I don't mean to make it sound nasty because it's an age thing, don't get me wrong, but I would like to see that. And how come I'm not seeing this other person? Retro Gaming, I see you on StreamYard, but I don't see you on regular chat for some reason. Oh, there you are. I wasn't scrolled down enough. Wait a second, I'm reading. Please don't leave yet. Just give me a sec. The funny thing, Jasper, the first person that I really had in my mind to vote for, um, before all this happened, and it was down to the last two. My first pick was actually the guy that was running independent. I did a lot of research on him and his background. And there was a black man. I cannot think of his first name for the life of me. Sorry, I used color and reference. I cannot think of his name. But I read a bunch of stuff about him, but he didn't make it to the end of the running. But I really liked what he stood for and what he had to say. He would have been my first choice if it had it boiled down to Trump and Hillary. I really like that guy because I like taking and running their names and then studying about them, on a more personal level and finding out like their backgrounds and things about them. And I really liked him. That's when we had a whole bunch of candidates when they first popped up. I can't think of his freaking name. Trump is definitely not Jesus. Oh my God, that's funny. Well, see, that's just like Obama. There's different people that feel different ways about Obama, and I will give you two good instances. And I pissed off a friend on this too, and well, we're not friends anymore because she didn't like what I had to say, but oh well. She had cancer, and the Obama insurance actually helped her. And I think that's amazing. But it didn't help my daughter. I have a young daughter who was a single mom at the time Obamacare was kicking in. And this is my philosophy on Obamacare. There should have never been a fine that if you didn't pick it up, you shouldn't have got fined for that shit. We're a free country. It should be the right to choose if you wanted Obamacare or not. How it hit my daughter was she had a decent paying job, but she could not afford the Obamacare and daycare. So my daughter got penalized. Yeah, I'm pissed. She's out there working her ass off, not getting food stamps or anything else. And she's paying for childcare. And because she didn't have enough money for Obamacare, she got penalized because she didn't pick it up. That I have a problem with. Because that penalization should have never happened. It should be helping people, not crucifying them. And I told my friend, I'm sorry, I think it's great that it helped you through your cancer, but it sure to hell never helped my daughter. And she was like, so we got into it, and then she quit talking to me. So it is what it is. But I said, I'm speaking the facts too. If it helped everybody, it'd be good, but it didn't. So yeah, I'm going to complain. You hurt my kid, you got mama out. I got the claws. That's how I look at it. Oh my goodness. But I do like the concept that Obamacare first stood for was so everybody could have insurance. I do believe in that because everybody should have coverage, but you shouldn't be penalized if you can't afford it. Oh my God. Yeah, pharma, they like keeping us sick. I can't believe some of the food additives that's on our food is ridiculous. And I do believe that Michelle Obama was trying to fix that. And I do admire her for that. She was going into the school systems and seeing what these kids were fed. I do admire that woman for that reason. She was really trying to clean us up. And I remember back in the 90s, there was a girl I used to hang out with on, or not the 90s, it was like 2001, two, somewhere around in there. I was hanging out with somebody in Canada and she asked me about certain cereals. She says, the United States don't make those. And I said, yeah, why? She says, because they quit allowing it here. And it's because they were studying foods. I don't like what the United States is giving our kids, especially cereal. I mean, I grew up eating Fruit Loops. I can't believe the additives that's in that crap now. All the coloring and stuff. Somebody needs to straighten that up too, because that's why we're always sick all the time and we feel down because we're not getting the right source of foods. And if you look at some of these other countries, they're really trying to clean that up. Like the UK and Canada have been trying to clean up some of the food. But some of the foods here that are junk are cheaper than the food that's good for you. That's the problem. The food for good for you is so pricey that people can't afford it, but it's our country. I do believe and I do blame our country for allowing junk foods over here that's hurting people. That's what's keeping us sick, so people want those pills. I don't like taking pills. I fight my doctor all the time. So I ain't taking pills for shit. Give me foods that help me with my problem. Thank you, Cherry. The only thing that I don't like about windmills is they do kill birds. I've seen that happen and it's awful. They fly right into them, it slices them. And I think it's good to have clean energy to an extent, but I also think it's good to have fossil fuels too. I don't feel that the panels do enough because even people who are in the RV community, which I study, they have to use like two panels on top of their camper just to take care of a camper. I can't imagine that with a house. Now, my dad, he has his hooked up to the gas line, not gasoline, but the gas line in his house, and it was very expensive the last time they lost electric. So it's all about cost too. And as far as these vehicles that are electric powered, the power station itself costs $5,000 in your home just to power your vehicle, which I think is a crock of shit. I think it's another money making scheme. And I don't believe they should have brought out electric cars until they have the proper way to juice them. So if they want people to juice up their cars at an electric car station, it shouldn't cost us $5,000 to pay for something. If they want to do a cleanup, they should have it made to where it was cheaper for people. And another person I like to really listen to on here about a lot of things is I really, really like Blaze TV. And what's his name? He gives a lot of good insight and he will even tell you himself. He says, I'm not college educated. I just use common sense because he goes back and he reads about the history. But I don't believe that Trump caused those riots. I believe that was definitely media provoked. That was a group of people that caused those riots. I think that they keep going after Trump because Trump makes sense. Because he wants to see the corrupt cleanup. Do I totally believe in Trump? Not on everything, no. But cleaning up this country, yes, I did. Because I know a lot of people that lost jobs and are hurting because of what the new president's doing. Oh, well, let me get down to the bottom here. I'm missing people. Hey, Deb. Let me get Debbie in here. But I do believe that we can all have our right of opinion and we have the right to talk about it. Well, thank goodness, Deb. Why aren't you a moderator? Heck, you've been on my channel forever. Oh, there's Peg. Sorry, Peg. I was going back in chat and reading down. I'm still not caught up. And let me get the gamer. Who was he? Retro. K-Host Retro. I'll just call him Retro. I don't know what's going to happen to the next election, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Seriously, it really is. And there's Metro. Metro, we are on a challenge. This is the challenge. CDC started it. Peg, are you going to join in? I want to know who's going to join this challenge. Who has the time to do YouTube for 24 hours, whether it's on the weekend or wherever it's at? I want to see people enter this challenge. Somebody's going to do a challenge with me. Yes, I'm stuck on here from 9 o'clock tonight to 9 tomorrow, Metro. And the sad part is I'm just hoping my computer will hold up. The only way that I will leave is if I get kicked off, and then I'd have to start a stream again. But I am determined to pull this off. It's going to be a long night. CDC dared me, so I'm going to. Okay, let me go back. I want to finish reading what you all have to say. You're so funny, Tim. Oh my God, that is so funny. When you do text to speech, my husband sends me riddles all the time. He sends me riddles on his way home from work. I'm like, what? I forget. I should save some. When they do text to voice, I think I'm going to start print screening them, and I'm going to read them to you all because they are absolutely funny. He sends me these riddles, and I have to sit here sometimes, and I'm like, what? I'm like, what the heck are you trying to tell me? He's like, I can't help it. Well, see, that's what I want to see, CDC. I want to see the slinging stop. And I want to see, whoever's running for office. I don't care if there's 50 people. I want to see what they have to say that they're going to do to change if they're elected. I just want the slinging to stop. It's one thing if they come out and say, the facts that happen, like they'll, sometimes it'll be a political thing saying when this person was elected, there was job loss and the numbers. And I don't believe statistics because the statistics, I took that in college, by the way, it is not a real math. And it's really sad because when people read statistics, I'm like peanuts, wah, 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 because I don't listen to statistics on anything. If you're going to show me something, it better be factual numbers, because statistics could be, they made everybody at one point thinking we were all dying of AIDS. And I remember when I read the stats, it was one town, like one city, that was totally infected. And they used that one city on statistics, and it made it look like the whole country was blowing up with it. It was like, what? I hated statistics as a math. It was awful. And the teacher I even had to go back and take classes to reteach it for the second semester. That's how hard that, it's just ridiculous. Because you don't, it's statistics of what? If you're going to throw statistics of me, it better be the whole damn entire country. I don't want to hear just statistics of one city. So, I really do a lot of studying, and I think it's just sad that some people don't. They don't take time out to just shut off the media and go study on their own. Learn on your own. There's enough information out there. You don't have to listen to the media. You can study the people. You can find out things that they did if they were like a senator in their town or whatever. You can do your own homework. And that's what I do. Before I vote for anybody, I don't listen to anything on TV. The only thing that I had to say, when they were putting Trump down when the pandemic hit, this is my whole philosophy on the pandemic. People can have their own opinion. You can say what you want. But this is my philosophy. Let's see what you would do if you were president and a pandemic hit and you had no idea what it was. You didn't know if it was airborne. You didn't know if you could touch somebody and pass it. You didn't know shit about it. How the hell are you supposed to protect an entire country when you don't know the facts? I felt sorry for Trump, any president, if that hit and you were a president, because that was some scary shit. And I also think at times, this is some of the things I don't think people take into consideration. When some people sit and think, well, what if they knew about this and they didn't tell anybody? Did you ever think that maybe they didn't want to start a panic? Watch some movies and watch how people react in real life. Like when you watch The Walking Dead, think about this for a minute. I know it's a show, but how much do you not think that that would happen in person? Because, okay, you have limited resources, limited gas, limited food. The next thing you know, you got people shooting against each other trying to get this shit. And you don't think this wouldn't happen in a panic? Then you're not living in reality. Because I know for a fact when a hurricane hit Louisiana, and I have a witness that could come in here and verify this because she was here when it happened, they started shooting each other over gasoline. So, yeah, that shit can happen in reality. So if you're a president and this stuff happens, how would you handle it? Would you want to alert people right away? Or would you want to try to figure out how to get the stuff done necessary to not have a panic? I can only imagine what people felt like when the bubonic plague and all this stuff happened before we even had these medicines. But these are the type of things I take into consideration. I always look at the big picture, not the narrow picture. Because if I was president and this hit, I'd have been shitting my pants. I'm not going to lie. I would be sitting here like, oh my God, how do we protect these people? The only thing that got to me on this entire pandemic thing, this is the only thing that really hurt me the most, and I will say got to me the worst, is even if they didn't know how it was passed or whatnot, it should be the family member's choice. They have freaking spacesuits out there that if they wanted to be with their father when they died, they took that risk to dress up and go sit with their loved one. I felt that anybody that died alone should have never happened. That's the only thing that got to me the most on the people losing their loved ones. Because I feel if that would have been my dad or somebody I loved, I just have that thing in me of taking care of people in private care, that nobody should ever die alone. I think that's a risk that the family members should take if they suit up and they choose to go in there. That is a freedom that we should have had, than to watch people lose their loved ones without ever having human contact or saying goodbye. I think that should have been a family choice. I don't think that choice should have been taken away from people. And that's how I felt about it. That was my personal opinion on that one. But the sun power Jasper is in question. The thing with me is, anytime I've ever studied anything to do with the solar panels, I don't know what it would take to run a whole house. But from what I see, like you see the Patriot ones, it hardly puts out any energy. And you're paying a big cost for barely nothing in energy. I don't know enough about them. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, is like, you have to know how much wattage you're putting out before you could go and purchase that kind of stuff. And I'm not going to spend thousands into something when I don't know what it's going to take care of. But I know for a fact the gas line, I'm not talking type you put gasoline in, I'm talking the generators that you can hook up to your gas line, like runs to your gas furnace. They cost a lot of money. If you look them up, they're like thousands of dollars. And if a person doesn't have that amount of money, it's hard to figure it out. Now, if you get like the gasoline generator kind, and say like me and my husband want to do maybe like a freezer, the microwave, and a couple things like that, you can spend like, I think $500 to $700 for a certain amount of wattage, but you're not going to get everything in your house. The thing is to figure out what your house is putting out to what you need. But I know people who have done the solar panels and it did not pay off for them. They were very discouraged, putting out thousands of dollars, and they were getting nothing. I know that when Texas froze, and I do live in an all environment place, their panels froze and they lost. This one lady was in tears because her bird died. She had the cage covered with blankets, everything, about froze to death. So I don't know. You know what I mean? Solar panels is something new to me, but I heard the replacements and all that kind of stuff, that it actually can take people in debt. But I did talk to someone, because me and my husband don't have anything. We don't have a backup because we don't know what to pick. That's our biggest thing we've been going through here right now, is do we want a gas-fed generator because fossil fuels is going? Do we want to get the gas line done, or do we want the solar panel? Because if a power goes out, what do you have? Like my dad has a gas heater in their living room and it works all fine and dandy, but they went and got one to take care of the whole house. And they did not do the solar panels. You know, and that's where me and my husband are studying. Like we've been trying to work it out because the Patriots, if you see the commercials all over YouTube where they have the instant foods and all that kind of stuff, we do like the Augustin Farms. It's a lot cheaper than what the Patriots is offering. But they were putting out a solar panel but then this is another problem. People need batteries to rejuvenate the solar panels. They don't just run off the sun. They have to have a battery pack that goes with them. The biggest complaint I saw in the forums, okay, so what happens to if the battery needs replaced? There isn't any. So why are you going to invest in something if you can't buy the battery pack to go with it once it dies? That was one of the biggest questions I saw on the forums. I don't know. You know what I mean? And I was talking to another person about this, and he said he's not into the panels, but his brother is. And he probably can answer more questions for me. But I know when I've watched RV Living, there's plugs in the tops of the RVs where they had one solar panel. It's not enough. So they had to add a second solar panel. And I think that the light, even if the sun isn't shining, there's still rays that can catch it, but you're not going to get what you think. And one of the guys said that as long as he goes to sleep, like when the sun goes down, this will work the whole time. But to an extent, you only get so many hours. And then it depends on what you're running off the pack. Like when you look at the one they show on the commercial, I watch these commercials about the Patriot ones. They have a couple plugins for your phone, and you can plug in like one more thing, and that's it. And they want thousands of dollars for this panel that only takes care of a few items. I'll pass. So I told my husband the best thing for us to do, we need to figure out exactly how much wattage is going out, and we need to talk to somebody. And that's what happened to my dad. He went into a place, and it's not incorrect. He went into a place and he said, listen, this is what I want to do. This is what I want hooked up. He wanted his whole entire house, all his electric, his 3 freezers. You got to know what's coming out of your house. And they told him to get the Generac, it's called, and it's the one that hooks up to the gas line. So that's what he bought. And it takes care of my parents' whole entire house. And that was the only thing that was guaranteed to take care of their house without going in debt of lots of money. So I do my own studying, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to go in and get an opinion off of a professional. That's what we're going to do. Let me catch up down here. Yeah, Tim, I like that you're straight at talking. I'm the same way. Yep, that's here too. CDC. We've been buying Augustin Farms and it's awesome. And I also bought a dehydrator. I bought a really nice dehydrator. And we're also planting different things. Like I'm putting in some raspberry bushes, a walnut tree. We want to have a source of protein and stuff where we can take different items and preserve them. I actually have all my inoculations and I'm okay with that. I never had any reactions to the measles, mumps, and all that as a kid. I actually also had the hepatitis series when I was working as a behavior specialist assistant with the mentally ill. I used to be a counselor, and we had to have the communicable shots taken care of, and the company paid for them. So far, with Corona, I've had the 2 shots plus a booster, and I need the second booster, which we should be making an appointment for that one soon. And I don't have a problem with that. I've seen too many people not get shots, and they brought a whole pandemic back of stuff, which I think is ridiculous. Now, some shots, it depends. I'm the type of person, this is how I roll, and I'll be truthful about this opinion. I don't like anything in beta. I don't even like Yahoo Chat in beta. Anytime something new comes out or an update for something, I refuse to do it. That's just like even like Windows 10 to Windows 11. Windows 11 sucks, just saying. But I'm just saying that until something's been out for a while, you don't know how people are going to react to it. You know, just like Johnson and Johnson and Pfizer puts out shots, and look how many people had a reaction to Johnson Johnson. It wasn't tested enough. And to me, I didn't take any of the shots at the beginning. I like waiting to see what happens to people before I do it. And I know that's a horrible thing to say, but it's the truth. I just never did. Every time Yahoo would update, I would wait for a month before I would get the new one, because whoever scripted it, it would like your messages would slam shut and stuff because they had errors in the coding, because everything on the web has a code. So to me, that's the same thing as a shot. You know, I had the same measles and mumps and all that my parents had, and they weren't dead. So to me, they weren't a high risk factor. To me, it's a high risk if it's something new. And when these shots first came out for Corona, I'm like, I think we'll just stay home for a while. Just wear a mask for a while or do whatever. Because I told my husband, I never do. I never trust anything from the very beginning. I just don't. And I'm leery like that. So if it's a new shot that's coming out for babies and such, it's scary. Because I'll tell you right now, when my daughters were babies, especially my second one, my husband was on strike or something with his job, and we didn't have insurance for a period, and I couldn't take her to her regular pediatrician at the time. This is just an example what I'm trying to say. So we had to take her to the health department. Well, the health department read her shots where she was at that point, and they could not believe she had one of the most strongest shots through the pediatrician, which happened to be for meningitis, which a lot of kids were getting at that period in time. She already had the shot where the health department, it was a no-go there yet, because people have to realize the health department is behind doctors. The people that get insurance gets the better care, and that's just the truth. And when we were cut off, they just couldn't believe she got that shot already. They're like, she's this age and she's already had that, and it's a potent shot, but it had been out. You know, my kids got their shots because it had been out long enough for me, and they're fine. So that's just how I look at it. But if it's something brand new, I am more skeptical because I like to wait. But that's my opinion on inoculations. But I know that there's people that fight it, because I have a family member that does. And I said, what are you going to do if your kid gets measles and passes it to everybody else? Are you going to be proud of that? Because I wouldn't be. So there's two different ways of looking at inoculations. I think if you choose not to inoculate your kids, then you shouldn't be sending them to school. Hey, Shirls. But something new is always scary because I mean, think about it, and it's a legit reason to be scared. Because look at all the shit that's passed at FDA. I mean, look at it lately. All the stuff that they have out, like these new birth control methods, they're all getting recalled. Me and my husband were laughing so hard. And I know this is terrible to laugh at, but think about this for a minute. Look at the one birth control commercial they show, and they're saying, well, if you have high risk for blood disease or blah, 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 blah. And I'm thinking, he goes, okay, just take it and die. Because everything they said as a side effect was horrible. And I know for a fact two people who switched to a birth control, because when we were growing up, at least in my lifetime, we grew up, we had a pill choice to take. Now they have things you can stick in your arm. They have shots you can take. And I know for a fact two girls got pregnant at the same time, had switched to a brand new birth control method, and both of them lost their kids when they tried to get pregnant. They both miscarried. The only thing they had in common was a new birth control method. And that's what I'm saying. It's like you don't know what you're putting in your body anymore because they just pass everything. But these commercials are horrible. That's why I don't trust anything new. I don't. I think before you start taking medicines, you should be doing your own research and finding out what foods and things take care of things. Because I know for a fact when my bad cholesterol went up once a little bit, it was like I had to take a 0.25 pill. And my doctor knows I do not like taking pills. I hate drugs, period. And I just looked up stuff. I looked up that oatmeal was good for it and this was good for it. And I changed my lifestyle for a period of time. And guess what? I was back off those pills. And my bad cholesterol was good. Because, you know, when our bodies were made, whether you believe in God or not, that's your opinion. But to me, when we were made, we have white cell counts, red blood cells. We have all these things in our body that has very healing components. Sometimes we might need food, like I have sometimes a low immunity, and I might have to take a little bit of an immunity booster, and that's okay. It's not that all drugs are bad, but if you can find it in a food, why do the pill? Especially when it comes to your vitamins. I have a list somewhere I put on my phone. What vitamins are in what foods? And, you know, and sometimes I might not like certain things. You know, I look at Weight Watchers and I look at their menu and I'm like, I don't like a lot of stuff that's good for me. But you just got to find what works if you really want to take care of your health. You're not going to see me looking like Bugs Bunny chewing on a freaking raw carrot. I can't stand raw carrots. I'll eat them cooked, but I don't like them raw. I'm very picky on food. I don't like my raw vegetables, period. I can't stand eating raw broccoli and cauliflower, how people have them on vegetable trays and dip. That's just gross to me. I like mine cooked to where you just bite right through it, smothered in butter and pepper. Maybe it does lose some of its goodness, but I don't care. It tastes good to me cooked. But I don't know. It's just all on the person, you know, what you decide to do. But there are different foods out there good for things. And if you find yourself craving stuff, my grandmother always told me if you're craving it, you're lacking it. So what does that say? I've been craving banana splits. Does that mean I'm lacking banana splits? I don't know, but I've been craving them really bad here this past week. And the only thing that I don't like is when we go to our Dairy Queen, they put bananas in them that are not ripe enough, and they are so gross. So I buy my own bananas and make my own darn banana splits. And I always tell them I don't like the pineapple topping. I like caramel instead. So they substitute. I'm even picky with my banana splits. I don't know. Yeah, you know what? Somebody told me about that, Jasper. I read that somewhere where somebody told me that yard lights that you can literally they will light instead of having candles. There were people that said that they took their ones that were solar powered and they brought them in the house and they lasted all night. But I forget how many hours. When I read a forum, some lady said that's how they kept their house lit when their electric was out. I said that is very cool. I would have never thought to use lights that were outside. But after so many hours, it died, of course, and then they had to put them outside. But that is an alternative to candles if you don't want to burn stuff. But I'll still have candles. I like having my candles when my electric goes out. But we're looking for a backup tape generator, and we just haven't decided what we're going to use yet. We don't know. I talked to one guy. He said he has both. He says, I have a gas generator and I have solar power. So he's extra care. He's extra. I don't know. I really don't know what to pick. I don't yet. That's why we want to go talk to somebody and get an educated opinion. That's what we're going to do. Because I told him I would like to have some kind of generator because you just don't know what the future holds. I mean, we're lucky because we live in a place where I'm not going to brag about it because every time you do something bad happens, but we never lost electric. Even where we used to live, it was so weird because our neighborhood would be out, but two houses that was up on a hill because we ran off of something different than the rest of the neighborhood. And when they lost electric, we still had it. I don't know why, but we did. And here we've had some power surges and maybe like an hour or two. We've had like water line breaks, but we always have a drum downstairs filled with water. So I'm not worried about the water deal. But I do love watching homesteaders. There's a homesteader I like watching that they took rain and they have it hooked up somehow from their barn. I haven't watched their playlist yet, but it catches rain and they filter the rain and that's what they shower and stuff with. They live off the grid. Let me see if I can find their channel. Because anytime I find a really good channel I like watching on here, I will share it. Here it is. Speaking of them, they're in my thumbnails. They're called Off the Grid with Doug and Stacy. Here you go. They have a complete kitchen built outside. Save it to your watch laters because they're very educational. They have a kitchen outside their house and they tell how they run everything. And they even have their own website where they make certain things. That's how they keep their YouTube channel like moving. And some YouTubers will do that. Some YouTubers don't get monetized. They just have it to where they build a website of things that they make or, homemade stuff or whatever that you can buy, or they have affiliate links to like Amazon to buy certain things and they get a kickback. That's how they make their money on their channel. But they're very informative. And her husband's really funny. He kind of looks Amish, but they both come on and they know Amish people and they showed some really good ideas. Because my question was, and they answered it, which I thought was really cool in one of their videos. My question was, when I used to watch Little House on the Prairie, Laura's husband used to work where he carried blocks of ice. And I know they stored it downstairs, but where did it come from? how did they keep things cool back then when there was no refrigeration? And he actually answered my question. The best type of freezer to have is a chest freezer. This is what the Amish taught him, instead of the upright freezer like refrigerator, because everything rises, where when you have the chest, it's all flat. And where he would get the ice is they would go where rivers and stuff freeze over in the wintertime. That's where all the ice came from. Because I could tell my husband, where the hell are they getting the ice at? And what they would do is they have a compartment where, because your chest freezer, whether it's plugged in or not, it's built to have the capacity to hold in coldness. So they had like a door you pulled up, and they would pack that with ice, and it would keep the food until, of course, the ice melts and you got to go get more. But in the winter months, it took care of your food. And that's how that worked. And but I never thought about it, them going out and picking it frozen, because what about the states that don't have snow, but where they did, it did. Because if you watch Little House on the Prairie, they always had friggin' snow clear up to the roof. But it was interesting because I learned a lot watching these two to be self-sufficient if something happens. And plus, I have Girl Scouts in my nature, so I always want to learn this stuff. I am very, very interested in learning stuff like this. And of course, batteries. They talk about batteries and rechargeable batteries, and how they have a little freezer out, like they have like a little refrigerator out in their outside kitchen. But what do you do if you don't have no batteries? I can't answer that question. But it is interesting, the stuff they teach you on this channel. And then, of course, another good thing to cook with, if you have the means to make a fire, is to buy yourself a good Dutch oven. Dutch ovens are really cool, and cast iron's really popular. And when me and my husband, we have been storing stuff up in our pantry, camping stuff is where you want to go. You want to get the coffee pot that has the percolator in the top of it. We have a fire pit that actually has a grill on it, like a place on it, and you cook. And I'll tell you, another person that's really good is Cab 7. He's in Pennsylvania. He's in a state above me. He's got campfire talks on his channel, and he has a percolated coffee pot right on his campfire. And it is so cool watching him talk around his campfire when he does his videos. But those are the kind of stuff you want, is to go back in time. Because I wanted a wood burning stove put in. I have a kerosene heater that I can heat stuff up on, and we use them to keep our pipes from freezing if the electric ever goes out. And I can also warm up food, like canned type foods. But I wanted to put in, one of the old style ovens downstairs that you saw on Little House on the Prairie, the black one she cooks in, a wood stove, because you can heat your house plus cook on it. And the wood burners are really nice, but I haven't been able to convince my husband to get one, and I really wish he would. I would really like to have one, and we could have it piped like out one of the windows and down in my bookstore, because I got 2 windows down there, and I really don't need the second one. So he could pipe it out and have a wood burner down there. And if we ever lost electric, my bookstore is the perfect place to go, because there's 2 doors you can shut, and then leave the kerosene heaters for, the pipes so they didn't freeze. I watched a live cop thing the other day, and there was a car that caught on fire next to the road. They weren't sure if it was the electric cars or not. I'm sure. I can't wait to see what the what's going to happen to the electric cars, because people don't realize too, that don't know any better yet, If lightning strikes your electric car, you're done. You're stuck. You know, and that's another thing I don't like about all these electric cars running around. It's going to make you wonder what it's going to draw to it. I mean, I know that cars have rubber tires, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what their flaws are and recalls are going to be. I don't know. I don't know, CDC. I don't know where the future is going, but it's going to be very interesting indeed, to say the least. I told somebody, so we need to get back to horse and buggy. And somebody said, yeah, and that costs too. I said, yeah, I'm sure it does right now with inflation going up. I'm sure all the food and everything costs. I know vets do. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see where we end up. Just don't know. But yeah, the Augustin Farms, my suggestion to people is to build up on that kind of stuff because it has a 15 to 25-year shelf life. And yeah, you just got to figure out what it is. And that I do like. Some of the foods you could dehydrate and oxide. Some foods you can oxide. You got to study all that. I've been learning some of that stuff too with my new dehydrator. There's bags you can seal back to close when you dehydrate some foods, but I just don't know. And then I've been reading up on some of the homesteaders. One of them I follow, Patira, said that she bought a new packets of seeds, and then she had seeds from the year before. And that's another thing. If you get foods now, like your tomatoes, your green peppers, dry out those seeds, stick them in freezer bags, and please put them in your refrigerator because those could come in handy because I hear we're having a food or seeds shortages are coming too. And she planted one row of a brand new packet of seeds and nothing came out of it. And then her husband accidentally knocked off some seeds off of her thing she had outside and they grew wild and they were from the previous year. So, yeah, that's a good thing to think of too. You save now and you can plant them next year. My daughter's got a garden. My dad didn't have much of a garden this year because of his heart attack. He had a triple bypass, so he wasn't able to do it because I was talking to him a couple days ago and he said, you got to be out there like, every 2 to 3 days tending that garden or it's just not going to grow. You got to be able to weed it and take care of it. Me and my husband are going to try something that we heard another YouTuber telling people in the cities that don't have a lot of yard and stuff that you can, I think even on Amazon, they sell like these buckets. And my dad even told me one time in a 5-gallon bucket, he grew something, but you can also take totes, buy totes, drill holes in them, put them up on a couple blocks, and you can plant yourself a little garden. And that way the deer and stuff don't bother them if you have a fenced in yard. But there was a lady who did a couple tomatoes. She did some herbs and, things that she basically uses in her house. And she had a cute little tote garden. I thought that was a cute idea. You can hear my hubby. My dog ran to the front like Dino. Daddy's home. Daddy's home. Daddy's home. He's out there talking to her and she's doing the happy dance. But anyways, give me 1 second because I got to grab me a couple pieces of cardboard. I will be back because I have something I need to do to these books. So give me and my squeaky self a moment. My squeaky chair. I'll be back. Oh. Grab a couple cardboard. This might. Stick to. Let me see. Alrighty. All right. So we're gonna grab a couple. Look at that, pierogies. And a garbage box for garbage bags. I wanted thick, like a thicker cardboard. I got people all over the place. So we're going to take this. I'm just gabbing away and I'm not getting it crafted done. Yeah, I know. I think of that too, CDC. What's it going to be like for them? You know? So we're going to cut the cardboard box open. I don't know if I want to use this. Let's see what feels thicker. I think it's right here. Might be the healthy garbage thing that's thicker. One or the other. It's pretty thick. Let me see here. So we're going to take this. Let me get my little tiny roller out here. Let's build this one first. Be nice if I had it right side. Okay. This is about a little over an inch. Let's see if it's the same up here. It should be pretty close. So we're just cutting up the box for the moment. I don't care if it's straight at the second. Let me grab 2 of these. I hope I didn't miss anybody that came in. I hope. Did I miss anybody that came in? Let me see. If I did, I'm sorry. Oh, crap. I missed Haley. I was up there reading. I forgot. Hey, Haley, if you're still in here. Okay. So, what I'm going to do with this, let me get signatures out of the way, is I'm going to work on this one first. This is the taller of the two. Of course, I cut so crooked, it's ridiculous. Try to straighten it up just a little bit. I am the worst straight cutter ever. Don't ever let me near your hair, because Lord knows what you would look like. Okay. See if that's any better. It's a little better. So we're going to take my little handy dandy. Usually I don't like to measure. I try to eyeball, but I'm going to measure these a little bit. So we're going to cut this here. And then hold stealth. And then here. And of course, I couldn't have did that on the bottom, right? Because, you know, I'm a lefty and I'm backwards. So we'll do it here. And that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Okay. All right, John, you have a good one. Thanks for coming in. I'm sure when it becomes the wee hours of the morning, I'll be in here talking to myself. I probably won't have any viewers, and I'll be in here all by myself. That's okay. I'll just craft away. So we're going to cut here. I'm going to try to go as straight as I can. So there's one. And then the second one is right here. Okay. And then we'll do that there. This one here. Okay. There's one. We're just cutting some off the bottom. This one here I cut better. That one I went crooked. Oh, well. So this is going to be the bottom one. Do we need two? One might work. I might only need one. Depends. Let's check it. Okay. So we're going to make this spine tighter. And we're going to use upcycled cardboard to do so. I'm going to use my favorite Aleene's Tacky Glue. And this one's not going to be a hidden signature. It's going to be a shown signature. So that'll work too. And then we're just going to put this right here. To firm this up. It was sitting dry. And then that gives it a more firmer fold. Let's see how this feels. Feels pretty good. You see where that split? That's okay too. I try not to do that, but this one it doesn't matter because I plan on covering the spine anyway, so we're good. And this is only going to have 2 signatures in it. That feels better with the second. So we're going to go ahead and add this in it too. Let's put this in here. All right, CDC. I'll check it out when I get the chance. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, that's a little firmer. So we'll do the 2. Cool beans. Okay. Thank you for coming. Okay, so now I decide, do I want to leave it as is? Or do I want to be spectacular and do something else with it? And well, I decided earlier. There's something else I want to do with it. So we're going to grab my handy dandy box over here of goodies. that I brought from downstairs upstairs to use. Oh, and let's see what we got in here. So then I asked myself this question. Do I want to use this? Let me see here. Let's see what this looks like. I have 2 pieces of fabric I picked out. This one or this one. I actually like this one better. Let me see something.
Did she go to the bathroom today?
Yeah. Why?
I mean, did she do number 2?
Yeah. She did for me at 8. You making my food?
What?
I said, are you making my food?
I'll think about it.
I don't think so. You'll be nice. No, you will be nice. Or else you will be in trouble. Let's see here. How far do I want to take this is the question.
What?
I'm talking to myself. I'm live. Shh. You're too noisy. Would you behave? Stop acting up just because I'm on a live. Oh, crap. This isn't going to do. Do me a favor, please. Would you run downstairs and grab my black handled scissors that's in my tin thing? It's my fabric cutters. I forgot to bring up my fabric scissors. I mean, these ones may do the trick. Never mind. Let me see if these will work. I prefer my fabric ones. We're going to rip. Yeah, because I kind of want the frayed edges. I think let me see here. Yes, this one here is get it started. Okay. Oops. Just knocking my camera everywhere. Okay. So now that we have picked the fabric, put this piece over here. for the first one. Oh, I got little pieces of threads all over me. Okay. See what we got here that looks frayed a little bit. Pull some of these off. Yes, now we got the cool frayed look going on. Okay. Cut these. Now over here,
I don't know which one's which. Two black scissors.
well, it's definitely not the one with the teeth.
Well, I didn't.
This will work. Yeah, because I forgot to bring them up. What are you eating? Well, I was just asking. What are you hungry for? I think I might be able to do one of those devours. Did you happen to buy those beef patties this time, or didn't we? I don't think we have any left.
What?
Those beef patty things that you put in the microwave.
No, I couldn't find them.
That's okay. We'll do, I think I'm going to do one of those devour things.
Devouring toasted cheese.
No, I don't want toasted cheese. Yeah. Did you stop?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure if you did or not. All right. Let me try to get this fabric on here. Now, my favorite glue that I like for this part is Fabri-Tac. Let's see here. 4 to 9. Center. Hey, Jason. I am making a journal. And what are you doing? I'm making a journal and doing a challenge at the same time. And this is the challenge. Hold on, it's in the description, but I'm going to go ahead and put it in the room for people that want to see it. And if you want to join this YouTube challenge, you stick this into the description and you pull it off. I want to see if anybody else can do it besides me. I was dared. To do a 24-hour YouTube challenge. So I'm on here for 24 hours as of 9 o'clock. So 9 o'clock tomorrow night, I'm still going to be here. Well, thanks for coming in. And of course, the Challenger went to bed. So I'm going to use Fabri-Tac for the actual. Man, I did not bring my glue in here. Michael, is my Fabri-Tac in the living room? Mike. Hold on a minute. Yeah, it's 11. It's midnight here. Don't start.
Where's this at?
I asked you and you didn't hear me. It's in the living room. Don't start copping an attitude. I will not have a problem spanking your butt here on YouTube. Every time I ask for something, get what? I think my big tube's in the living room on my stand mic. Did you hear me? He isn't even listening. Oh my God. This is going to be a never ending night. In the living room on my stand. You didn't even let me finish. Fabri-Tac glue, Mike. In the living room on my stand. I had the big bottle in there for some reason. Usually it's sitting in here. Oh my word. This is going to be a bad night. I can feel it. So anyways, what I had to do is I had to gut a book. And I had to tear the pages out of it. If you want to come up on the panel, just let me know because I can send you a StreamYard invite. And this book, I like the cover of it because I thought it was pretty. So I have a couple books. So now what I'm doing is I'm going to put the fabric on it, how I want it to open and close. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So Fabri-Tac is what I'm going to use for my fabric. And this is acetone based, not water based. And it's really good for fabric. So we're going to glue that up. And we're going to pull it right here. Oh, that actually reaches. That's even cooler. You want to come up on the panel, Jason? If you're crafty, we can make something. So I'm going to turn this back around. And we're going to glue this down. Clear to the edges. That means that we can talk back and forth and see and hear each other unless you have like a picture or something. You've never been on a panel before? And then what I do is I bring this down the other side, make sure that the fabric is in the creases. You want to smooth it out as best you can. And then flip it. It'll be upside down on the inside, but I'm okay with that. And then do the same thing to the inside. Whee! It's up to you. You don't have to come up here if you don't want to. Some people are cam shy. And then we're going to pull it back up this way. Line it up. Okay, what's up to you? I never want anybody to feel forced. And then I'll take my fabric scissors. I'm just going to trim here and here and here. Just to cut off some of the dead pieces over here. And of course, my glue wants to drip everywhere because that's Fabri-Tac. It's like a volcano. It never wants to stop. You pull this off and close this. So it doesn't get everywhere. I'm going to take some of it. This glue is like something else. It really is. And I don't see what the heck did I do with my wet one thingies. Hold on. Michael, did you take the wet ones?
What?
My wet ones. Give me 2 out of that package, please. I had a whole package sitting by the door and they're gone. So I use them in crafting. You're going to come right through the wall. Oh my gosh.
Huh?
The sound of everything in there comes right through here.
Sorry, I'll be
Crazy. Oh well. It happens. Hold on, I gotta clean the glue off my fingers. This stuff is very sticky for sure. This is awful. Usually I have baby wipes near me because they're great for wiping off glue and paintbrushes and all kinds of stuff. I could have sworn I had a whole pack of them right beside me. I don't know where they went. Ew, it's hard to tell. Things disappear in my house. I don't know about yours, but I always say the ghost ate it. Okay. So what I have done so far, and this is what the cover looks like. I like making junk journals. I never heard of them. I only use bookstore, but I never heard of junk journals till I came to YouTube. And it is an awesome community. So if you have a favorite book falling apart, or if you have a book that nobody wants, because I have tried to sell these, nobody wanted them, I'm turning them into journals because I love to journal, and I'm upcycling them if you want to know what I'm doing. They were earlier, but a lot of people went to bed. So even if I'm up talking to myself, so be it. So anyways, I had bought this fabric. I gutted this book, and I took 2 pieces of cardboard because the spine is flimsy. So I took hefty garbage bags, the box, measured and cut to replace in the spine. And what I mean by that is when you gut a book, it's real flimsy. So you want to restructure it to make your spine strong again, to turn it into a journal. So that's what I've done with this. And now this is what it looks like. Since I've added 2 pieces of cardboard, it made it stockier again. And the kind of book that you want to use is the kind that there's no attachment in the back, like the spine's not glued. There's a space. Okay. So this is drying. You got to make sure it's in the crease so it don't bubble up and all that happy crap. And this was fabric that was like ledger fabric. And I love the cover of this book. These are my signatures. So what you do with your signatures is you put what kind of paper you want. And I have dyed paper. I have store-bought paper. You can do it to where you write to the side or straight up and down. You can put bags in this, like treat bags, and cut a hole and have it like a pocket. Some people decorate the signatures before they sew them in or after. And here's the second signature. And there are exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10 pages, so there's 20 sides altogether to write on. And when you have that times 2, well, you got 40. So that's a good amount of paper. Now I can decorate these or sew them in as is. It just depends on what a person wants to do. These particular ones, I think I want to see what's in the center of my signature. It's kind of plain. So let's see. Do I have any cards stuck up here? I hope so. Oof. Oh my gosh. It sounds like a horrible neighbor. Well, that's cool. Well, this is how I feel about it, Jason. I always acknowledge people in my chat room, and I do have chat experience because I ran a chat room on Yahoo for 6 years. I do not talk down to people, I talk to people, but I also talk to myself because when people come back here and rewatch my videos, they're going to want to know what I'm doing. So if you can't handle both, I don't know what to tell you because I always talk to my chatters. The only kind of streams that I have a pet peeve with is if I go in and they have like 6 people on a panel and they never talk to their texters, because the texters are your important people in your chat. And so am I. I'm very straight up too. But you also have to realize I am also a teaching channel. It is not just about you. So when I talk to myself up here, it's to tell people the steps that I'm doing because it is my channel, not yours. And when people come back to watch it, they have to know what I'm doing. So I'm explaining as I go along. Plus, I talk to my texters, and I've never been accused of ignoring people in my stream. So, this is the way it works with me when I do my streams. Because I do have people, oops, that's real nice. I have people that come back and rewatch my lives and they want to know what I'm doing. Because when you're a crafter, that's what you do. Is you teach people. And there's a lot of people that don't know how to do junk journals. And if you watch other crafters, there's quite I might make it through tonight in one piece. If my camera wants to cooperate. I miss my downstairs because my camera down there is much better. I have so many problems with this camera and I don't know why. Hold on. Mike, this camera is being a pain in my kazootska. But anyways, like I said, when a crafter's crafting this kind of stuff, they want to teach people because I do have people who've been influenced to create. So they need to know step by step what I'm doing. And it's not to be rude, it's just the truth. And plus, sometimes when I do stuff like this, you never know when I do a giveaway or things like that. So there's that too. Okay. But anyways, I got to get some cardstock in here. Actually, what's funny is back in my Yahoo days, there was a guy from Tennessee who told me that he was in a bunch of different chat rooms before he came to mine, and I was the only one that even acknowledged that he was there with a hello. And he told me, he said, you'll have my loyalty as a return chatter because of it. So yeah, I got a lot of compliments on paying attention to my stream compared to some people. So I'll take it. Let's see here. I got to find something real quick that I want to add to this. So I'm going into my digital scrapbooking paper folder. I've already been a professional chatter and then some. I just do my thing now, and if people don't like it, I don't know what to tell them. So this particular one, these two particular themes are going to be France. They're Paris. Paris is the actual. Why am I not finding what I'm looking for? No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Is this it? Nope. That is so strange. There's sunflowers. Where the heck is the butterflies? No, it's not what I wanted. Hey, Mark. I'm over here looking for something real quick, so just give me a second. I thought I had these in here, but I'm not seeing. I just printed a bunch of these off here not too long ago, but I'm not seeing them in here for some reason. Huh. Oh. Wow. This is a different collection that I haven't used yet. So I'm going to run off. What page is this? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll run off number 8. Okay, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's got to be 8. Okay. So we're going to print 8. And I need 2 centerpieces. Wow. Need a second one. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do 5. Print number 5. This is a really nice set. Okay, we'll run off 5. Wow. But yeah, I want these in cardstock. And then, the heck is my scissors? Just give me a second here. I didn't realize how pretty this set was. I have digitals on here I haven't used yet. But that's okay. Man, I wish there was more to this set. This is really pretty. I don't know if I want to use this as the inside or the covers. Ooh. Let me cut these. Oh, let's see here. Mark, I didn't get to give you your proper hug. Aw, Mark, I'm in the middle of a challenge. Did you see it? If you can pull this off, this is a dare. CDC dared me. So I'm going to be on here till 9 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. 24 hours YouTube live stream, as long as my computer doesn't boot me off. Because that happens too. And I took the dare. I am going to be dead tomorrow. I'm going to be so tired. I guess I should have used my paper trimmer, but oh well. It probably would have been easier. I even brought it upstairs and I forgot I brought it up here. So my theme is I'm building 2 journals. They are both Paris, France ones. And I'm hoping I get so absorbed in these that they will keep me awake. And you just got to realize I just got over COVID too. That's why I have not been online. We had been sick. And I am still not totally back to myself, but slowly getting there. I mean, I feel better than what I did. And yeah, there's that. This is going to be so crooked. Oh my gosh. I am not a straight cutter at all. I suck at cutting. Does this even fit on the outside? Heck no. This is going to be oh my god, I did a botched up cut job, people. But that's why it's called a junk journal, so it looks junky. But anyways, so this will be inside the first signature. Oh, I kind of like that outline by the coffee paper. Second signature. This will be the first signature. me get my signatures ready. I'm working on my signatures, and when I get to where I feel that they're good, I'm going to sew them in. So right now, I just need to cut it. But anyways, my title says Welcome Wednesday, Craft, Chat, and Challenge. So that's what I'm doing. I craft some, I chat some, and the challenge is all night. I've never done YouTube for 24 hours. I think the longest I was ever on here was 12 because I was having a sale. So here we go. This will be the center of the first signature. And this will be the center of the second one. I like that. And do I want covers for these? I don't know. It's definitely different for sure, Jason. I never heard of junk journals, so I came to YouTube and I was like, yes, I'm a paper. I love paper. Just can't help it. Okay. And I did have, I was going to do covers on these signatures, but I don't know. I'm really not finding my one set. Let me see what this one is. No. Oh. Boy, if these were in French writing, they would be perfect. Oh, maybe this is right here. I don't know. Oh. No, that's in English. Let me go back one. No, those are all in green. Original Vision blue. These are kind of pretty though. Let me see what these print out as. I wish I could get full though. I don't know why it's not doing a full. Let me look at my printer settings. Let's do Number 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't know. What would go together? 2. Number 3, 4, and 5. Number 3 and 5. Three and 5. Oh, come on. Well, you're going to make me use a comma. Okay. Now, if I do these, I don't know why it's printing out with white around it. Like, I want it to be a full page. Fit to printable area. Should that have worked at actual size? Right? Okay. So let's try and see if this works. Because I don't want to have to cut it. What's wrong with the spray?
It's just different. Spray. It's a spray.
Oh,
It's
this will work.
color bottle.
Do me a favor. Can you take this out? And I need the baby wipes in here. I brought a whole brand new package and they just disappeared.
They're in here still.
Lord only knows where. For now. You know, these still came out with white around the edges. That's weird. Sorry, I'm having printer difficulties. You're funny. I love it when people try to guess where I'm from. For some reason, it shows it bigger, but it still it didn't print the full page. I don't know why it's doing that. If I had a right click and I was able to do it, it would, but it's in a PDF file and I can't do it that way. Let me try this. It's just that when I cut it, it made it shorter. Like it fits within the page and I want it to fit as a cover. Let me try this. Hold on. Just give me a minute. And no, I'm not ignoring anybody. It's funny because I actually have United Kingdom in my DNA, but no, that's not where I'm at. And I'm not in Wisconsin either. And I'm not in Kentucky either. Usually people sticking me in the center of the country for some reason. I don't know why. Ow. So it just smashed my fingers. The cutters. Oh, I got it upside down. Ick. That's what happens when you're a left-hander. Everything's backwards. Why does this look weird to me? What am I doing wrong? Hold on. No. It was upside down, but I think I do it this way because of being a lefty. I am backwards. I can't help it. Just the cutter right there. Okay. Let's get you down here. About right there. Ooh, that's such a nice smooth cut. But at least it's straight this time. I won't have it crooked. Let me go over here a little bit. This right here. Oh, you're from Kentucky? Well, that's cool. I've been to Kentucky. I've been to Louisville. I know I have a couple friends in here that know I love horses. And they're supposed to send me some happy mail about the Kentucky Derby. This cutter was so nice. Alrighty. Come on, papers. Just going to set this down somewhere. Now let's see what this looks like folded. I'm hoping these will look good on the outside. But I was still trying to get them to where they fit on the outside, and I don't think they're going to, because I can't get the paper to print the full page, which is really strange. Nope. See, it's not going to fit the standard, and it should, but that's okay. It's an eclectic journal, so yeah. We'll have that for the outside and this for the end. I don't plan on putting any lace pockets in this that I could think of. I'll have to look at my lace here in a second. But if I don't put any wraparounds in, then I can sew the signatures in on this one. Just line these up best I can. Okay, so there's number 1 and there's number 2. Yeah, I know a few people on here that are from Kentucky. I'm thinking that's where James and his wife's from too. James Gate. So that gives me a little bit more paper. And then, I don't know if I want to make it that fancy. Here's one that's done. That's not in a hardback. This will give you an idea what they call junk journals. I don't know. I call them crafty journals, junk journals, whatever. But these were embellishments where you can put tucks and stuff in. This one here's got music paper. And what I'll do is the month of December, I will use this. And then I made this pocket. And then this is a charm. This is a signature, but I made it long enough to use as, you know, a place where you can move it around to keep track of what paper. Almost like a bookmark. In the month of December, I'll write in this, and then I put pictures and stuff in it of family members. And that'll be my journal for Christmas. This gives an example. Now, some are more craftier. If you don't know what junk journals are, some people really go all out. And they put like belly bands and all kinds of cool stuff in them. That's one I made already. My biggest one's downstairs. It's a Gothic one. But I do have a video. I believe if a person types in, let me see if I can find it on YouTube. If you want to watch one of my prized creations, I don't know why I picked goth. It's just, I guess because nobody else had one out. This is this took me a year to figure out what to put in it and everything. This is my Gothic video. This is my Gothica. It's one of my best creations so far. She got a lot of feedback on Facebook and YouTube, so I'm proud of her. I put a lot of work into her too. A lot of research. A lot of sleepless nights trying to figure out what the heck to add. But anyways, if anybody's interested, they can go see that video. I'm going to eat because I'm hungry. I did not have dinner, so I'm going to be sitting here munching and chatting if you still want to talk. But I'm hungry. And that was me opening a Sprite making that noise. I'm going to sit here and munch. There's this new noodle stuff called Devour. Look how cool this is. Oh, this is so yummy. It's like a white Alfredo pasta with like bacon pieces mixed in. Oh, it's so good. Only on nights I don't gotta cook. Easy food. It's going to be interesting being on here and eating breakfast. Oh, happy crap. I'm actually above you, Jason. Stay state-wise. Can you guess where I'm from? Where do I sound like I'm from? I like when people try to guess accents. Normally, I would get Delaware. I don't know why people put me in the middle, but they always do. Nobody ever guesses where I'm from. I guess I don't have enough accent. I brought my laces in here, but I don't know where I put them. Every time I bring something in here, I lose it. I guess I could do. Oh, there it is. I guess I could try a lacy pocket. We'll see. I think I scared Jason away. Steven sent me a message tonight. I hope he's okay. Because the one night I choose to do a live, he sends a text to me, and I told him, I said, I can't, I'm live. Because I'm in the middle of this challenge, and he said, call him. And I said, I'm doing my live. So I hope he's okay. I'll talk to him tomorrow or something. It's like,
Something's wrong with him, Crystal. I called.
not necessarily. Kristen doesn't always know what's up with him. I'm just wondering if he thought you were off this weekend or something. Do you work the weekend? Oh. I keep forgetting. Well, I need to make a plan with Jade because my hair needs cut so bad. But it's going to have to be a day you're off so that somebody's here taking Roni. Mike, our yard is very busy. I never seen so many ants. And not only that, I went downstairs tonight. There are like 1,000 more spiders. Everywhere I touched to pick my stuff up tonight, my hand went into a spider web. I killed one in a bag. A great big one ran from me. It was hanging in front of the laptop. It's ridiculous down there. But I decided to do this challenge up here because this way I can take her out to, potty without having to run up and down the steps, or if we have a storm, she doesn't get scared. It's just my camera down there has better focus. This is going to be a job, staying up all night.
are coming down with COVID.
You're kidding me.
Except they didn't get, a couple of them didn't get the shot. They're still working. I mean, I don't blame them. I couldn't afford to take 5 days off without paying either.
Well, Jade told me today that insurance covers the rapid, and she didn't know that. She didn't think her insurance covered it, and she said, I checked and it did. She said 2 comes in a pack, and she got enough for 8. And she said it covers up to 8 a month or something like that. That's what she found out.
Did you see what Joe Biden did?
I don't want to talk about it right now.
No, I forgot your line.
But I just can't believe they expire. Free test we got through the post office expired last month. If I'd have known they had expiration dates, I wouldn't have got it. I don't know. Oh. So anyways, I will keep continuing when I'm done feeding my face. I'm not a mukbang channel, but this food tastes good. Mm. My schedule's messed up. I don't eat dinner during normal hours. We're late night supper people. When I'm done, I'm going to look at my signatures and figure out what else I want to add. And then we'll put them in the book. Some people completely decorate them, but I don't. I am going to work with a new product tonight, though. I wish I had upper and lower case letters as stencils. Ugh. I don't know if I can make this work or not. We'll see. I mean, I probably could do it diagonal, but I really don't want to. I wanted to do this straight across. Let me see if I can pull this off. see here. Let's look at centimeters. Almost 2. Nope, it's not going to work. Darn it. Well, poo. I'll have to think of something else. But that's what we do as crafters when we're trying to figure some stuff out. So anyways, back to what I was doing. We shall pull out the signatures. Signature 1 and 2. And see what I have. That's pretty. If I want to go vintage. And there's that piece. And there's this piece. And there's that piece. Which is pretty too. So I don't think I want to go with that one. It's a little too vintage looking. So let's see. Let's try this one first. That piece is too small. So get the Fabri-Tac ready. So then what you want to do is pull this back a little bit. There. I want to be out of frame and people will be like, I couldn't see you. Okay. So this is one of the things I like to do before I put my signatures in. So maybe go in about do 4. 2, 3, 4. That's where I was. Okay. So what you want to do, what I mean by putting stuff in before you sew your signatures in, is this is a really good way to do a pocket of lace. On both sides so that you could sew it in and it looks better than just like doing a pocket here and here, like once before it's sewed, like once it's sewed together. So this, I'm going to use Alina's because I particularly like it better on paper. We're going to do it here and here because we're going to make this a pocket of lace. Now we're going to turn it around. Reinforce it on both sides so it'll hold. And we're going to wrap it again. So you have your pockets. I'm going to take scissors, the fabric scissors, that is. Why is my glue so explosive-y tonight? It's like it just wants to leak everywhere. Don't know why. Guess I should have put a mat down first. Put the lid on before it gets too much more explosive. Okay. And then this will go in here. I'll set this aside. And we're going to grab what I should have had down to begin with. And where in the heck is that at? Everything I bring in here, Michael, I've lost. Oh. Really? Oh, there it is. I was going to say something else. This needs to go in the garbage. Okay, we're going to put this over here. Let's do this. Love this thing. This is a mat I bought off of Maddie's sale. And this thing is amazing. So easy to clean up. You can get anything on this. And it wipes off. Okay. So we counted 9, 2, 3, 4. So this one we'll do here. This is going to be pretty. And we're going to do the same thing here. That we did to the other. Let me get this up here. This is a pretty color. I think I'm going to trim this up a little bit. So we'll start it there. Okay. We go down here. Come on. Over. And up. Flip this over. To here. Over. And up. That's wrapped good. This is a little bit of a stretchy fabric. Okay. The lace, I should say. And then we'll go here. Trim. Let me go back. Make sure. I'm going to trim this again. It's in here. And I missed some glue up in here. But you can definitely see where there's a pocket. And then when you flip it over, there's the other pocket. And it's definitely going to be sewed in. So that takes care of probably the extent of pockets I'm going to have as wraparounds. So you could continue to finish decorating before you put them in, or you can be like me and sew them in and decorate them later. So then as for the sewing in part, I'm going to move my glues out of the way. I'll move this. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to get glue everywhere. Uh-oh. There's something else that I use downstairs that's not up here. Crap. What can I use? In place. Let me think. Crap. Maybe I have some in here. Let me check. Please be in here. Yes, they are. Okay, I'm good. Thank goodness for this kit that I bought off of Johnny because it has everything I need in it. Thank goodness. Okay. So, first you want to get your signatures exactly how you want them. So I do a late flip through because all your papers, at least mine, aren't the same size. So I want to make sure that's centered. Have that. More towards the center. Okay, then have this centered. Okay, you want to make sure they are exactly where you want them to be. I'm going to take this. You got to make sure you know the right side up and such too. Come on. Quit being stubborn. Now I want to take a piece of notebook paper. Usually I use an envelope for this, but it doesn't really matter as long as it's a paper. Actually, notebook papers are good for this because they would be easy to measure. So I'm going to cut this big wide piece off up here. I'm going to cut this piece off down here at the bottom too. Okay. So we're going to use this instead of a ruler. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to center this. And then I'm just going to go, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Hold on. I think this is the center, but we'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, this line is the center. There's actually 13. So we're going to take a pen. We're going to mark that as the center. Then we're going to go up here, probably about the third one down. It'd be the third line down. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to mark that. And what this is going to be is a guide for the awl holes. So if they're slightly off, it's okay. But you take your awl, which is this nasty pointy weapon. I showed a couple of different ways to measure this, but this is how I prefer it. Because they say like a 1/2 inch down from the top of the book, but really the book's not what you're sewing, it's your pages. So I'm going to line up my awl to that. And I'm going to punch it through the signature and make it to where I can wiggle it and see it, so I don't mess up. Then I'm going to go up here, make sure that middle one is lined. I'm going to go to the top line, do the same thing here. And I'm going to go down here to the bottom. Make sure that middle one's lined. And I'm going to do it again right here. Now, some people like to stick these in phone books and do all kinds of crazy things. This is how I do mine, because you don't want to poke down and poke into your desk or whatever. So that is ready. Then I'm going to go to my book. And I'm going to take my handy dandy ruler. And since this is about 1 inch, I'm just going to eyeball it where I want it. You can measure if you do a bunch, but I'm only going to have 2 signatures, so. Make sure that's the top. You can take these and, I mean, if you really want to do it properly, you could take a marker. I better do that because I don't want people to get screwed up. and say do. Here, I'll use a pen. I want one about right here. Because there's only an inch. It's not like you have a lot. So I'll mark a hole here. A hole right here. About right there. Okay, now I'll take something straight. See if I suck at lining stuff up. The first two are good. The heck is the last one? Oh, let's clear up there. I think. Where is the last one? Should be, let's see. We have one here. One here. Let me look at it again. Okay. Yeah, pretty close. And then we'll scoot it over. See how much space is in between there. Not very much. Just enough. Why does the first two look so good? There's the middle. And this. And this. I don't know. I'm going to scooch it forward. And then we have here, here, and here. Okay, looks good up to me. Oh, this one's going to be my journal, so it's okay if it's messed up. It's just to give an idea on this one. Okay. So we're going to take this, punch the awl through the hole we already made. And it's time to line it up with the book. So we're going to have a hole here. Then we're going to line up this one with the hole here. Punching through the spine. Sorry, I was out of camera shot. Then we're going to go down here where the other awl hole was. And we're going to punch a hole right there. Maybe. Where this hole goes. So it comes through the back. Okay, now you have your holes pre-punched. Now you're going to come over here. My little handy dandy box with my big needle. And I can pick a yellow, a black, a brown, or a kind of off-white. So I want to go with this color because I like dark colors. So we're going to take this. We're going to thread our needle. Pull this piece down some. You're going to need to hang on to. Unwind some. Because you got to give yourself plenty of thread. We're going to move this stuff over. Now you can decide how long you want this to be. And this can be long enough where you can make a bookmark with it. You can make it to where it just ties in here. You can make it to where it's a dangle off the bottom, depending on if you're going to set the book up or lay it down. So we're going to take it through the center. Always make sure your book's the right side up. I'm going to poke this needle through. Maybe. This is why you use an awl first to make this a little easier. So it's going to go through the center. And I'm going to lighten up on some of this so as not to waste so much. And this is like a wax. I don't know exactly what this is called, but fishing pole line, anything like this would work. Okay. So once you go through the middle, I'm trying to keep you in view. Go back through the bottom where I made the other hole. We're not going to tighten this just yet. Right now we're just getting the signatures in. And then you go through the hole you punched in the bottom. This is how I do it. There's a lot of different ways you can put your signatures in. This is how I like doing mine. And always make sure you give yourself enough leeway on this. Then you go through the top. Find your hole up here. Punch it through the spine. This is the hardest part about these. Come on, we go in there. Pull it through. Now you want to start tightening it just a little bit. through some. Okay, and once you get it there, you go back through the middle top hole. Make sure you don't split this piece. Go through the top. And then you do the same thing with the signature. It's the middle hole. Make sure the thread is on the bottom and this is over top to put it back through. And there's your signature. Now all you got to do, pull your needle off, and then you go back and you tighten it without breaking it, because I've done that before too. You just take it where you sewed it and you just make sure that you tighten it to where it's good and in the book. And then this part here is not so flabby. So you want to tighten both pieces as best you can. Then you come in here. Cut your signature. You don't have to leave it this long. And you take and tie it once. Tie it twice. Of course, I do mine a third time because I'm picky like that to get a good knot in there. Check it again. See how nice and together that book is. It's a little loose, but not too bad. It's right where I want it. And then I pull my bull pins off, clips, whatever you want to call them. I haven't decided if I want these bookmarks or not, so I'm going to leave them long for now. And then here you go. You got your first signature sewed into your book, front and bottom. It's to the top and to the bottom. And there's my first signature for my journal. And it's sewed in exactly how I want it to be. And then here's the center. Sometimes people can put envelopes in there and hide them, the signatures, but I don't mind. And there you go. All those papers to write on. Okay, now it's time to do signature number 2. So set this aside for a second. Make sure these are straight. Make sure they're creased good. Open this back up again. We're going to put the bullpens back on. Clips. And these hold your papers exactly where you want them to stay, for the most part. Okay. And then repeat. Take your piece of paper. I guess I should put this on the other side since I am a lefty. Hold on. It would stay out of my way more. Okay. I look at the edges and make sure that's lined up. And take my awl, go in here, take it clear down to the big part if you can. The bigger the hole right there, the better to find. Okay, Tammy, you're not supposed to mend the paper. Okay. I need to pull it back a little bit though. It's like you don't want it like right on the crease. And you take this, do the same thing. Then you go down here and you do it again. So you have your 3 main sewing holes. Then you go over here and where I mark the holes, on this side is right here. And you can take your awl and scoot it down to make sure you have it lined up here. Like right here. Okay. I go over here with my cord. Come here, little sewing needle. Thread it again. Give myself a little unwrapped leeway. Get back over here. And this is the right side up. And yes, I've sewed my signatures in upside down before and had to undo them. So this is the right side up. So like I said, go to the middle. Put it through the middle hole. Some people probably turn their books around, but I don't know. I don't. I'm always backwards. Let me get it through the center. Make sure these don't get tangled. Hold on before I make a mess. I'm going to set them in there. Okay. So through the center. Then we're going to go through the bottom. I'm only holding on to the first signature. Keep out my way. Pull it through the bottom. Like I said, we're not tightening it yet. I always have this on the outside, so that way when I go to time at the end, the middle's between the two strings that I tie. Then this through the top. So that you have that straight line. Some people crisscross them in the back. They have all kinds of designs for signatures. This is just a basic. Sometimes people even put buttons on them. They decorate the signatures. But for now, we're just doing a simple one. Then once I get it through there, hold up the top one. We're going to take this through the top middle again. Make sure you don't split it. Pull it through. And then we're going to take it through the top hole here. The same one the middle one went through. See how this is on one side? Like this should be in the middle. Unless I did it wrong. But well, if not, you can just... I can take and put it through. So right now we're just going to tighten it to make sure it holds the signature. So I pull on this first and do this. See, this is where I can take it. I don't know why I did that. Hold on. This should actually be in the middle of the two. Yeah, see how that's in the middle? That's so you can tie it down. For some reason, I didn't do it that time. But anyways, we're going to pull this through and tighten it without breaking it. And then we're going to go back and double check it. See how loose that is? Because I have it loose right there when I was putting it in. So we're going to go back, pull it tight, pull it tight again. And we're going to look at it from this perspective. pull one side and then the other. Make sure that they're tight, pretty tight. We're going to cut this. And let's tie it. Make sure it's pulled tight. Tie 1, 2, 3. And I have a little hang right there. Then I'm going to go back here, pull this out. I got this. You can hang charms or you can tie them in bows and leave them in the center. I don't know if I like that or not. Let's try it this way. Let's do a bow. Bow. Yeah, it's about the same. That's okay for now. That's what I'll do with them. There. Then I will take these clips off. And then there's the second signature. And you got a journal. There's the first signature. See, a third one could actually be put right there if a person didn't want the space, but I'm okay with it. Isn't that cute? So there's journal 1. Cutesy. Very cutesy. Okay. Oops. Let's put this back in the little kit. Hey, Hidden. Well, thank you. I'm over here just jabbering away. It's going to be a long night. They're easy to do. They really are. Once you get the practice in. Another way you could do a scrapbook too is if you took like random papers and laid them in between two, like, I don't know, if you eat cereal, you can use a cereal box and you could punch holes and tie the shoestrings in so that way you could let it out every time you wanted to add a page. There's so many different styles. There really is. But I like this style for just journaling. But I do have one that's in, I had a book cover I took apart, and I bought the hoops that you connect and stuck them in there. So it's a loose spiral. Just, it's just got a couple hook, like I think 3 of them, 3 hooks. I think it's in my bedroom. And then I have another one you can do in a binder. I never measure the holes of the binders though, because they're different sizes unless it's a standard. I just hold the pages up and punch them through. And then I have the little hole protectors so the pages don't rip. Hold on a minute. I'm stretching my leg out. Oh. Well, nice. You poor guy. Listen to my big mouth all night might put you to sleep. So I have this one, and then I'm making a second one, but I'm doing it in colors that's really not my favorite. I love the cover of this book. I think it's pretty. I wish I had a smaller stencil though, because I was going to stencil a word on here, but it's not wide enough because the fabric kind of took up room. But I love that fabric. Isn't that fabric pretty? It's like ledger. It's ledger paper that was written on like numbers and stuff on fabric. I love that fabric. But now I'll be able to put stuff in it. Some crazy stuff. So now for number 2. Well, that is awesome. Congrats. I wish I could do IT stuff. I should have went into something like that, but I just got tired of staying on top of everything, if you know what I mean. But I actually have a certificate in help desk. I went for my A+, and just to be able to format and stuff. That's when I had Home Edition, and I was able to format and take care of my computer and maintain it. And I had a computer that lasted 13 years because I always formatted and maintained it. I think Dell was even impressed. But IT is a good thing. It's a good thing to get into. One of my daughter's friends went into IT in the military, and they had her go to other countries to do networking. That would be cool. I bet. And I have a niece whose husband's into IT. And I think I don't know if he works for FedEx. He does something, but he really loves stuff. His favorite thing is he loves old license plates. He collects them. I don't know what he does with them. I don't know if he has a wall filled out with them or what, but he loves old license plates. Well, thank you, Hidden. That is very nice. It's very nice of you, because you never know. Now this one here is a different color, and it's a smaller book. So right now I'm going to reinforce the spine on this one. I'm going to give this one a rest. This is what's nice about working on multiple journals, is because when you get sick of one, you move to the next one. So this one here, I want to reinforce it too. I don't care if that's ripped. All that's going to be covered. But it's funny in the junk journaling community, because some people feel that if you use store-bought items, it's like everything else. It gets divided sometimes. They don't like it. According to junk journalers, the true junk journal is just junk. You're not allowed to use, like store-bought scrapbooking paper, nothing like that. I do, though. I like both worlds. but some of them are like, there's a girl that defined it, and I totally get it because the scrapbooking community kind of rolled over into the junk journal community. So you have both, which to me, I like using the new stuff and I like using the upcycled stuff. So it doesn't matter. Like I'm using cardboard. This was a hefty garbage bag. I use the cardboard boxes to reinforce the spines. If I have book board, then I'll make it completely from scratch. But since I don't, for these type of books, then I use cardboard because the spine is just too weak without reinforcing it. So this is what I'm going to do. I can't cut for life of me though. I'm a terrible straight cutter. I try to make it as straight as possible because it's got to be a certain size to make the spine reinforced and firm. I actually enjoyed internet security. I used to hang out with the guys in the Hackers Lounge on Yahoo, and oh my gosh, I used to enjoy so much when they talk shop. That's what got me into learning about computers, to be honest. It's not that it was about hacking. It's just you had so many people hanging out in that chat room, like programmers and internet security people. And I enjoy the internet security part. And my cousin, he works for a company in Texas that's in the internet security. They had to learn how to hack to protect. They have like hackers try to break in so that they know where they're vulnerable. It's very interesting in that world, that line of work, because it's not all bad. People hear hackers and they like freak out. And it's like, but it's not always a bad thing when you're trying to do security work, Just as long as it doesn't get into the wrong hands. That's when you gotta worry. I think it's funny when people think their Facebook's hacked. It's like, no, you had a cloner. Cloning is not hacking. They just clone your account. But it is funny. I'm going to pick these pieces up off the floor. Okay. So, this one here is going to be wider. And my favorite glue of all time. I love Alina's Crafty Glue. You can get this now with the Dollar Tree, which is so awesome. You get it in the little, it's not the clear, it's the white container, but it is, I love this glue. This is great for paper. This actually kind of takes the place a little bit of a glue gun. So I really like it. Because it really works. But then Fabri-Tac, I like it for cloth. It's not water-based, it's acetone. It smells just like fingernail polish remover. Very strong on the nostrils. And then I'm gonna see how this closes. And then we're going to put this piece over top. I'm going to switch this around. I love journals. I do. And there's another style too that guys can use. They call it the Adori style. And if you want to use your journals over and over, like my dad, he loves doing his bills and binders. So I did a really nice chipboard binder with trains. See how much firmer that looks? Where before it was all bendy. So that looks good. Make sure this side closes better. Gonna get down in that groove where you take the spine apart. Okay. Now let's see if I have a piece of fabric that'll match this one. This one's going to be a little tougher. Because it's already got a busy cover. So yeah, that's going to clash. What kind of fabric can I use on you? My fabric's mostly downstairs. I wasn't prepared for this one. Let me think a minute. Nope. I don't know. I really don't know what's going to look good on this one. This is definitely food for thought. I know what piece I could use, but I don't want to use that one because I have another purpose for it. Oh, decisions. Let me see something. I don't know. You're going to see one of my oh my moments. That's what's lovely about, doing something like this all night and not editing, as you see all the boo-boos that people make and such. So let me see here. How about, I don't think this is going to work though. Nope. Because no, it's see-through. Let me think. Get the wheels churning. If I had a solid could go under this, I could pull this off. But I don't. Okay. what do I got in my little goodie thing over here? Well, still see-through though. Hmm. Hmm. I think that piece is see-through too. It's like a chiffon. Yep, that's not gonna work either. Darn it. Darn it. Pretty piece. I'm a looking. That's what I said. I think with all the craft stuff, I would have an answer for this, but I don't right off the top of my head. What's in here? Oh, that's sorry. I don't need sorry silk. What's up here? Is there anything good up here? No, that's a hanky. Hanky won't work. It's what I get for putting my craft room downstairs. Oh, let's see. There's got to be something up here, surely. Let me scrounge through some boxes. What's over here? Ooh, I feel fabric. I feel fabric. But none of this matches the book. Ew. Nope. 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 Over here. Oh, what do I got? Let's see. That stinks. I'll be back. Give me a second. Hey, Michael. Mike. 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 by my chair. Piggy. Is that the only piece that was there? Well, that's awful. You know, I used up this piece. I'm gonna have to find some more. I'm dropping stuff. Okay. I'm back, I think. All right. I'm hoping this piece will be big enough. Crap. Damn it. I don't know if this is going to match either. I need like a pure cream. And I don't think I have that. A lot of the people that sell fabric, they usually don't have like a pure color. They have like designs and everything. Let me think. This one. How do I want to proceed? I don't have any of my good stuff up here. It's all downstairs. Need some doilies. Let me see what this has in it. Oh, got some baby doilies. I actually need some bigger ones though. These are actually tiny. Let's see how many of these are in here. You know, this could turn out to be a very interesting night. I might end up creating something I've never done before, which could be cool. The thing bad about that is the bend. Unless I would make it just need one more. Ugh. One thing bad about miscellaneous bags is you never know what you're going to get. Hold on. Come on. Just give me one more piece. Of course, it's probably not going to give it to me because you know how that goes. Ugh. Frustrating, very frustrating. Of course not. Now my crafts are going to give me a hard time. The stress. So if I did this, I still feel like I need a third piece. Darn it. It's a baby one, but I guess I could work it. Big one here, a big one down here, and a baby in the center. Okay, let's see how this is going to turn out. I have never done this before, so this is going to be a first. We're going to see how much I can mess it up. Okay. That piece off. We're going to set you aside for right this minute. Okay. So this is going to be a first. So here we go. This piece right here. Let's get these little stringy medues. Some people even save those. I don't know what they do with them. You'd be surprised at what some of these crafters save. Some have, they save dryer sheets. Like, what? Okay. So we're going to cut this. And then we're going to rip it. Rip it good. Okay. Put that aside. And then we're going to come up here. Okay. I kind of like having this frayed look, like stuck up there. Kind of makes it a little bit more fancier. Okay, so we're going to get them down here. Come on, get your lefty on, girlfriend. I'm going to come down here. Rip this. Okay. These to the side. I need a garbage bag in here. I have like paper recycling, but I don't have like regular throwaway garbage. Come on. Give me some fray over here. Come on. There we go. That free look is pretty. Okay. So we're going to have a piece. Kind of hangs out the top and the bottom. This is going to be interesting. How this turns out is going to be fun because this is not going to be a piece to hold it together. That's what I said. This is going to be like either pretty or a disaster. Okay. Here we go. Come on, Fabri-Tac. Open. You are some sticky stuff. Okay. We're going to go this way. We are going to really glue this up. It's going to get into the grooves. Wipe this off. Come on. Get in there. Oh, it's exploding as I wipe it. This is ridiculous. Fabri-Tac is the most craziest volcanic glue I've ever used in my life. Oh my gosh, now I'm dropping it on the floor. I'm going to have little pieces of fabric stuck all over my floor. Okay. I will get slap happy when I start getting tired too. Okay. So we will crease this. Where in the heck is my bone folder thingy? There it is. I don't think I've ever used this one. I have a blue one downstairs. Okay. Just want to take this. Make sure this is creased. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like how it has the little frizzy hanging out of the top and bottom. So that'll work. I don't know what that clump is. Smooth it down. Okay. So there we go. That's what it looks like so far. But I like that fuzzy look. It's almost like a hidden signature look. Okay. What a job. So how many signatures are we going to put into this one? Is the question. So let's see. I know this is the measured paper. Let me see what this, what's going to stick out just a tad. Right there. I probably could fit 5 signatures would fit in here, but I think I'm going to go with 4. That's what I was afraid was going to happen. Let's bulge it up a little bit in here. Balling up. Let's use this on this side. We'll put some Alinas on this side. Alrighty, so now that we got that down, we get a plan for 4 signatures. I don't think I have anything with pink or red. Let me look. have like a coral color. This might kind of be the closest. Let me see what this looks like. To that color. And this color. Those can be the cover pages. Or I don't know if I wanted them to be the cover pages because the book itself is kind of dark. Maybe I'll go with pastels when you enter the book. Yeah. And then these can be the center of the signatures. Those are pretty colors. So we'll do these as the center of the signatures and do light. On the outside, that's what we do.